Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing? How we doing, chat? How's life? Hope it's good. We're here on multiple platforms today. We're here on Rumble. Oh, what is this? What is this thing? A rant stats extension for Rumble. Oh, yeah, he told me about this. Okay. How do I do this? How do I manage my extension? Rant stats. Open as a pop-up. Save. Does it work? How do I use it? Now I'm distracted. How do I use this thing? View rants. Oh, baby. Very cool. Okay. Now we have this thing, which is perfect. All right. I'm just organizing all my windows. We are on multiple platforms today. We're on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. Shout out to the YouTube community who has not yet checked me out on Odyssey or Rumble. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. I figured this is a good day to try out or to do a YouTube stream, because we're on kind of a theme that was covered heavily on the YouTube channel, and that is Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. I hate being slightly out of focus. Very, very frustrating. So we're gonna be going through an amicus brief filed on behalf of Amber Heard. Now, normally, Fridays are a little bit different format, but with the holiday, everything got messed up on my show, on my schedule, and so I have not. I'm just off schedule. With that, I will probably be streaming tomorrow night as well. I have. Oh my gosh! I got to get my hair trimmed. There's a problem with looking at yourself every day for like 3 hours a day. It's a problem with that. Anyway, I have some ideas for guests for tomorrow. I'd like to have normally I like to do a chilled out show on Fridays, but with Wednesday and Thursday, my life got really crazy. And so today I need to make up this time on Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. That's kind of the goal right now. And then we will move into the weekend as we get into the weekend. So that's how that's going to go. If you're on YouTube and you've been wondering where these live streams are, they're on Rumble and Odyssey typically speaking. Rumble and Odyssey don't have the lame pre-censorship that YouTube has. Now, I'm going to give YouTube some credit on a couple things. A lot of their censorship bullshit gets fixed later. And actually, the biggest risk of YouTube is that you'll get 3 non-justified strikes in the same period. And the problem with it is fixing them is so fucking hard, because you have some retarded moron from who doesn't speak English naturally, reading through or like going through either a transcript or like going through the video and not catching a joke or sarcasm or parody or whatever. And they're like, oh, strike. And it's like, So then you got to pull some teeth and kidnap children to try and get somebody to review it. That's what you got to do. And it's a huge pain in the ass to do that. But a lot of times, if you can actually get there, you can get things fixed where they're not terminal. But often for people at that point, it's like too late. Like you get banned for 7 days or 14 days. It's like, oh, thanks for that. I really appreciate, just like a quarter of my month's income to go away. Well, at least if you stream like all the time, like I do. But lots of YouTube censorship stuff can get fixed later, but it's the pre-censorship stuff that's the worst. Applying the strikes up front and suspending people for a week, 2 weeks at a time is where the real issue is. The copyright stuff, where the real issue is. Oh, well, you must be stealing stuff. No, let me defend myself. Well, why don't they put up some sort of useful offense before you punish me for doing something I'm legally entitled to do? Like, let's work on that. So that's the real issue that YouTube has right now. And maybe someday they'll fix it, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's not our job to fix it in any way. But Rumble and Odyssey do not have this issue. Rumble and Odyssey do not. And that's where I've been streaming a lot lately. It is just kind of great to be there in that way because fuck the censors. And I also just want to point one thing out. The people who fully came after me and who fully went after Kiwi Farms, I want to point out real quickly that in the end, they didn't win. And that's amazing. So they came after me. They got my YouTube channel deleted. They got my Twitter deleted. And they got my Twitch channel suspended for 7 days. And they filed 45 ethics complaints against me with the Minnesota Bar. All of those things have now been resolved. Every single one of them have now been resolved. And I'm not suspended on Twitch. My Twitter account is fully back. And my YouTube account is fully restored as well. So just to all of those fucking weird people, fuck you. Fuck you. I win. Fuck you. Eat a dick. eat a big stupid dick. I hate you people so much. So that being said, let's hit these super chats that have come in here on YouTube real quick, and then we will get into the rest of the show. Oh shit, I gotta get my Odyssey chat up. Where did I put that? Where did I put it? That's what he said. Where did I put it? Okay. Pop out. All right. Got an Odyssey chat here. Okay. Damn it. No, I don't want that. Okay, there we go. I think we're all ready. Oh my goodness. Okay, so guys, this show has a couple sponsors, and we'll get to all of them as we go, but I'm going to name them all right now. This is actually a rare 3-sponsor show. It's a 3-sponsor show. I'm going to do, so there are going to be a couple ad reads during this show. Only 2 ad reads. The first sponsor that sponsors every single show is RicadaLaw.locals.com. This is my community. These are my people. And you can go check out RicadaLaw.locals.com. You can check it out for free, absolutely for free. There is no cost associated, and that will get you notifications every time that I go live. Notifications and an email. So when I go live, if I'm going live on Locals, if I'm going live on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, If I'm going live on someone else's show on Twitch, all of those, I set up a post. There's a notification that goes out, and you will always get that email notification. And you're supposed to get push notifications on your phone and stuff like that. Although there's recently been an issue, and I'm working with them on figuring that out. If you want to join, though, if you want to actually join the community as a subscriber, you get access to paid chats, or paid chats, the live chat, which is for paying subscribers only. That runs 24 hours a day. I'm in there a lot. People are always in there talking, making memes, telling jokes, telling stories, debating shit. It's like an old 1990s chat room, and it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite things on the internet right now, and I would highly recommend people to check that out. If you you also get access to my Discord. If you hate yourself and hate life, you can go in there. And you can also interact with the locals community through posts and stuff like that, kind of like a Facebook page, like a private Facebook group. So that's all available. Plus, there's some locals exclusive content. There's a really important piece of locals exclusive content coming very, very soon. But you gotta know. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, you'll always wonder what that is. But that's the first sponsor. The next two sponsors I'll be doing ad reads for, so I'm just going to mention them. First one is Birch Gold, who has sponsored every live stream this month and every live stream last month. They're absolute bros. And then the newer sponsor that I have is EnviroCleanse. EnviroCleanse, we will clean you. It's an air purification system. This will be the first time I talk about them because they have a big Black Friday deal that goes now through Cyber Monday. So I wanted to make sure and let you guys know about EnviroCleanse, and we'll be talking about that as we go. All right. That said, let's hit super chats, get into the document. Let's make this a show. Wonky says, I do watch on Rumble, but I really dislike the platform. Can't go back to the start of the streams. Actually, I think you can now. They fixed that on mobile and I think on browser. Can't lower to 144p when I'm at work listening. That one they need to work on. I have pretty much the same issues with locals. Just sub for Baldo review there. Real Hydro PX. I'll talk to locals and see. I don't know if they have some issue with having multi-encoded streams. Like if there's some reason they won't do a low-res stream and a high-res stream, it might be bandwidth issues and cost issues. But I'll talk to them about it. Locals is very responsive to my requests. Rumble is responsive, but they don't seem to move as fast. And it really depends on the issue. Real Hydro PX, I hope to get some nose arse on locals tonight. Well, we'll see. It's a crying shame. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Siren Jag, are you saying on YouTube you have a period from their ass? Yes. I think. Matrix says, Rackets, you're my hero. I've watched you for the last few years and you're a truth sayer. As a woman, you speak my language coming from a man. I can't stay on this stream. I work the next 2 days as a hospice nurse. When I can give, it's you or Flawedzilla, maybe invite, heart you. Matrix, email me if you have a proposal for a show topic. I'm always open, but email me on that. Also, a hospice nurse, big shout out. That's a rough fucking gig, and it's a very needed one. So thank you for doing that. I can't imagine how many lives you've positively impacted by doing that. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. Oh, wait, and we've got one over on Rumble here, which is We Hear Well says, taking a break from laughing at the left meltdown on Twitter to hang with my favorite streamer in chat. This is how I love to spend my Saturday afternoon here in Australia. That was not Australian, but that's what you get anyway. Love your work, Rackets. Thank you. Thank you very much. We Hear Well. And yes, I do know that Adam Krigler dropped the hot goss on Tim Pool. I'm not ignoring that. I just today is his day to do that. I'm going to invite him on very soon to see if he wants to talk a little bit more about it. or even if he doesn't want to talk about it, he just wants to kind of like decompress and hang out and have fun, I'm going to invite him on tomorrow for that. So we'll see. Next, Sir Marhouse. Hey, Nicker, I finally reached my first 100 subs on YouTube streaming, working on my old English translations and doodling. So thankful for everyone in your chat and Friday Night Tights for everything. Oh, awesome, Sir Marhouse. Keep going. 100 down, 8 billion to go. Go get them. Go find all of them. Incarnation Art says, Rackets in the house. Ducky Tats in the house. How you been, Rackets? Wait, are you Ducky Tats? I've been good, man. Ma'am. I've been great. Trying to think about some ink to get, actually, personally. Not sure what I'm going to do yet. But yeah. So, okay, here we go. I can't dilly-dally too long. This is what we've got. This is the in the Court of Appeals of Virginia, Amber Laura Heard versus Johnny C. Depp. Opening brief of Amicus Curiae in support of appellant Amber Heard and reversal of the judgment. Okay. So an Amicus Curiae is a friend of the court. This is a friend of the court. They say, we are not an interested party in this case. We are coming as a friend of the court to make some points of law or some sort of argument based on what happened, because even though we're not a party to this case, we feel that the repercussions of this decision may impact us. And they're supposed to approach the court as a relatively neutral player. Hey, we're just a buddy, trying to give you some advice. But they're always in support of one of the parties and one of the parties' positions, most importantly. And that's what they'll say. They're in support of a position. But oftentimes you'll find that they're just in support of a party, because of course they are. Why else would you take the time to do this? Oh, sometimes you could be not in support of a party, but in support of the position, still think that the outcome is really important. Those are the purest amicus briefs, and they do happen. But that's what an amicus is. Over on Locals, Don Booze says, fuck YouTube. Locals chat is the best chat. Damn, gauntlet thrown. And then No Guard says, I watched UI guy go through these, and therefore I know what the drinking game is tonight. Every time they say chilling, take a shot, extra credit, don't die of alcohol poisoning within 30 minutes. Well. I have just the thing for that. Someone sent me this bottle of Blanton's. And now I get to drink Blanton's. And we'll see how long we last through this. So this is their table of contents. When you're writing, different levels of court have different levels of writing expectations, different formatting requirements, and different needs. Frankly, different things you need to do. Here's your table of contents. You don't have to have a table of contents in any brief at the district court level, but it's helpful in every brief. It's a really nice way to organize the document for the court and the court clerk, remembering that a lot of this stuff is actually read by the court clerks first, or the judges' clerks first, and the clerks kind of highlight and make recommendations for the judges to look at, because judges are very, very busy. Very, very busy. They read through a shitload of documents, and having some bullet points from their trusted hired aides is really helpful. And so if you're out there, if you're a lawyer, if you're writing briefs, let me just offer a piece of friendly advice. As someone who has spent a lot of time reading these fucking things, writing a table of contents is it's really helpful. It's really good writing, and it's a good practice, because if your document looks clean, the judge will pay more attention to it. Quartering, what's up, buddy? Your Baldo arrived today? My man, if you need some instructions, hit me up. Do not. We had a Baldo related mishap in chat today. You make sure you do it right, my friend. Make sure you do it right. Okay, here we go. Oh, hey, shit. Actually, Rumble did something to improve their chat. They made alternating chats different colors, which is nice. That actually that cleans up the chat a whole lot. That's good. Very good. Now they need to make that window pop out. Please fucking pop out. Okay. Are you sure you can see the screen over your gut? No. All right, here we go. Table of authorities. This is just going to be a reference guide for all of the cases that are cited and what page they're on. Identity and interest of amicus curiae, why they're writing this brief. Source of authority to file. This is, where they have their reason for filing. So the introduction, summary of argument, and then they're going to have their conclusion. This is called the basically it's a basic IRAC format. So you have your intro is I. RAC is the rule typically, but they're going to have the rules in each of their argument points. And then you'll have your argument and your conclusion, IRAC. This is standard legal writing. Good stuff. Here's their table of authorities. We don't need to go through that. Table of media publications that they're going to cite as secondary authority to support their stupid position. All right, let's see if we can I make this one page? Nope. Well, okay, we'll just do it this way then. Unicorn eye lasers. Have you announced what the special thing will be for the first 5,000 local subs? I really don't want to miss it. No, I'm waiting on a little bit of art to come in for the project. And, hold on one second. I'm waiting for a little bit of art to come in for the project. Once I have that art, I can send that to the manufacturer. The manufacturer can make the proof, send it to me. And once I have the proof and the details worked out, then you'll know. I'll make a very clear announcement of it. You have not missed the email from me. I will tell you where the email is coming from and all that when it's all going to happen. So, but we're really close. We're really close on that art, and we're really close on getting this ball rolling. If I would have thought about this a lot sooner, it would have been faster, but I didn't. All this stuff was way off in my head, and then everything happened quick. Redrick Lasser says, hey, Nick, I recently went back to listen to the Curtis Reeves trial, and I'm curious, was it just the bad investigation or some smoking gun that flipped your opinion? Always love listening to the show while I work overnight. Well, I mean, it was a bunch of things. The bad investigation. It was also just the facts of the case as they came out. I mean, we saw on the video when they actually zoomed in, you could see the guy like taking swings at this old man. You could see the old man, like, what's he going to do? He's sitting in a chair. This guy's a 6'4" monster towering over him. Old man doesn't have time to get up. Kind of looks like he's getting getting hit, or that he's anticipating getting hit. I think the shoot was justified based on the facts that came out of the case. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. So we're on this. Let's get back to this brief. Sorry, scatterbrained. Here we go. Identity and interest of amicus curiae. The entities identified in Appendix A who have signed onto this brief fall into three primary categories. First, organizations that support a vibrant First Amendment have joined to protect their ability to engage in reporting facts and opinions regarding important current issues. And this is often the cry of the defamation The cry of the defamation defendant. Well, I had a First Amendment right. I had a First Amendment right to defame someone. Well, you don't. That's not First Amendment protected speech. Lying for the purpose of harming someone's reputation and economic ability is not actually an exercise of free speech. It is an exercise of assault. It is damaging. It is harmful. It is intended to harm. And Amber Heard's statements about Johnny Depp were unquestionably intended to harm him because they were false. She knows they were false. And they did, in fact, cause significant amounts of harm that she was hoping to cause. She wanted him out of work. She wanted to benefit from his harm for herself. She wanted to gain from his loss. That was the entire purpose of making all these statements. We all know that. She knew it. The jury knows it. Everybody knows. There's no First Amendment defense to intentionally lying to harm a reputation. That'd be like saying you have a right to travel while driving your truck through someone's house. Well, I have a right to travel. It's like, well, yeah, but your right stops at their property line. The same goes with free speech. Your right to free speech stops so long as that free speech is untruthful and intended to harm. We got Fox McCloud. Hey, Rackets, if you're looking for ink, let me take this moment to shill Riggs Monster Tattoo Shop down in Missouri. The owner is a former guitarist for Rob Zombie. Whoa, cool. Gosh, I like Rob Zombie, man. It's been so long. Okay, back to this. Which is threatened by the verdict in this case. So that's, again, engage in reporting facts and opinions regarding important current issues, which is threatened by the verdict in this case. Actually, it's not. Because the people reporting facts and opinions around this are not sued for defamation. Only the defamer, who is Amber Heard. Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. She used the Washington Post opinion section to do that. But Amber Heard's the one who actually made the statements defaming him. She's the one who's liable for the defamation. Second, civil rights and women's groups have joined to address the significant diminution of reporting of abuse against women as a result of this verdict. Here's the problem with that one. Let me say this loud and clear. Too fucking bad. I'm sorry. No. This is critically important here. The greater zeitgeist conversation around an issue is subservient always to individual rights. Do you hear me, you fucking losers? I don't care if one murder acquittal makes every murder more likely. That person's individual rights are more critical than everything else, because this country was founded on the notion of the smallest minority having primacy over everything else. And the smallest minority is the individual. And the fact that these fucking losers want to conflate an individual's right to not be defamed by an insufferable bint with some greater conversation about abuse, they can get fisted all day long. Fuck them forever. Forever. This is reality. The collective is always beneath the individual. Always, always, always. Otherwise, you have some communistic pseudo-socialist bullshit running our lives. And no, thank you. I don't want to go to prison or have my life ruined on the altar of some greater movement. And I don't think anyone else here does either. And if any one of these people went through it, as we've seen with every one of the Me Too people who are at the top of that organization resigning when their brother, son, husband, or anyone around them got Me Too, and they're suddenly like, well, I guess we don't want to believe all women. That was a shitty policy, wasn't it? Well, it's amazing, isn't it? The second that their individualism is threatened, they run for the hills. Because of course they do, because it offends the sensibility of anyone who knows what individualism means to think that that should be sacrificed on some greater altar of some social movement. Fuck off. Third, groups assisting persons who have been abused, especially involving intimate partner abuse, have joined to protect their clients from the devastating effects of this verdict. Hey, if your clients don't lie, there's nothing to worry about. Now, let me do this again briefly. There's an important distinction here. There's an important distinction with all of this. Amber Heard is a terrible poster child for protecting abuse victims. Not only was Amber Heard lying about the abuse she received at the hands of Johnny Depp, and that was clear from the factual record that she was lying about it. So not only that, but also, she was the abuser. And that's documented all over the place. That and part of the argument that we're going to get to in this amicus brief is that any of these things are abuse. Okay, well, if we take your perspective that any of these things are automatically by definition abuse, then there's tons in the factual record to support Amber Heard is at least a mutual abuser to Johnny Depp. And that's only if we accept all reports from everybody as equal and equally credible, which they are not. The reports supporting Johnny Depp as an abuser were weak, not corroborated, do not have a strong factual basis, don't have good photographic evidence of results. The reports of abuse from Johnny Depp by Amber Heard, so Johnny Depp being abused by Amber Heard, those reports are corroborated by multiple witnesses. There's photographic evidence of damage done to him that links tangibly and reasonably to the stories he says. You can hear it all over the place from people who witnessed this. Those things come through and we go, oh, okay, there actually is corroboration on this. Her being the abuser is actually kind of the normal expected thing. That's the thing we've come to know about the relationship. So suggesting that victims of abuse need to be protected from this devastating effect? No, because the victims of abuse are not often also abusers or actually the only abusers. That's not the normal case. That's the Amber Heard case. And it's baffling to me. It's baffling to me that we're continuing this charade that Amber Heard was the abuser. But where I'm getting to with this is when you're supporting an amicus brief or you're trying to take a case to appeals for like a greater cause. Now, Amber wants to appeal this because she's 10 million in the hole, right? Maybe she'll have to use her hole on OnlyFans to make that 10 million. I don't know. But she's 10 million in the hole here. So she's like, I got to get this thing appealed. These other organizations are not in that boat. They need to pick a proper plaintiff, a proper appellant to make their case. And Amber is a shit appellant. She's garbage. Her case has always been bad. Even if she won, it would have been a stringy case. You always want to pick a good, favorable appellant to make your case, because if the appeals court's going to look at this and go, yeah, but wasn't she like beating him? Didn't she hit him and scratch him and shit on his bed and piss in his face or whatever? Like, didn't she set up some of this stuff? Didn't she use two of the same picture to try and make out like those are two different events? Didn't she lie on the stand a whole bunch? Didn't her therapist say that like the Goldwater rule was not valid and that you couldn't have expert witnesses with the Goldwater rule, even though we've had that forever? Like, didn't all these things happen? Maybe we want a different case to take this one. Okay. In addition, respected authorities in all three areas that added their voices to the brief. I doubt it. All right, here we go. Source of authority to file. Amici have moved for leave to file this brief in the accompanying motion pursuant to Supreme Court of Virginia Rule 5A23. So here's their rule on why they can file the brief. I mean, usually amicus briefs are, once you get to the appellate level, they're relatively welcome. Tara Rayner, hey, Nick, Trudy testified today, and it turns out your president ordered the end of peaceful protests in my country over the auto sector they hate and want to change. Trampling horses and LEO, happy to bash heads and ribs for tyrants. Yep. You talking about what? Biden ordered the end of the trucker thing? Yeah, of course he did. Like, yes. Trudeau just needed someone to hold his dick and drag him to it because Trudeau's a fairy. All right, here we go. Introduction. Amici are gravely concerned that the verdict for Johnny Depp versus Heard case against his former wife, Amber Heard, casts an enormous shadow over First Amendment law, intimate partner abuse victims' incentive to report abuse by their attackers, and the ability of Americans to speak out about injustices. Wrong first sentence. Terribly incorrect first fucking sentence. Your first sentence of your amicus brief. Okay, let's lay out what they're facing here. Let's lay out the important part. This is an amicus brief for an appeal to overturn a unanimous jury verdict. A unanimous jury verdict. Okay? That means that 7 people in Virginia listened to all of the facts and evidence. They listened to all of it. They weighed the credibility in their own minds of the witnesses, of the exhibits, of everything. They listened to the opening and closing arguments, and they went, bam, this is how it should go. We listened to all of it. The appeals court didn't. Now, they may have on their own, but they didn't, and they won't. They were not there to assess the credibility in the room. They're not there examining all of the exhibits. They're not in the jury deliberation room talking about what everybody saw. They're not there. So they can't have made these decisions, and they often trust the people who did. That's how appeals courts work. They defer to the district court on matters of evidence unless there's a clear error about a ruling on evidence. That does not mean when evidence is in, though, when it's in, unless there's a proper objection to it coming in and they review that and they find the objection to be correct and that the district court made an error. Once the evidence is in and that's not the objection, then they accept that evidence as real, and they accept the assessment of credibility of that evidence given by the jury as real 99% of the times. That's what they're going to do. So your opening statement can't appeal to this bullshit about First Amendment law, intimate partner abuse victims incentives. Your opening statement in an amicus brief says the evidence in this case clearly indicates that Amber Heard was a victim of abuse, that Johnny Depp was the abuser, and that the jury verdict is legally incorrect and unsustainable. That's where you need to go. Open up strong. They're trying to overturn and invalidate the jury verdict, and they haven't actually attacked it. In your first line, the one thing you want this panel of judges to be reading this and go, okay, the perspective is the entire jury was incorrect, that they were legally hoodwinked, they misapplied fact to law, and we got a bad verdict. All right, now they're going to tell me how. Nope, they're appealing on notions. I'm sorry, notions don't apply to individuals. Period, period, period. If the individual's First Amendment rights are impacted, then you lead with that. Amber's weren't. If the individuals are victims of intimate partner violence, and that all of the evidence pointed to that, and here's the standard. No reasonable jury could have come to the conclusion that this jury did, implying de facto that this is an unreasonable jury. Until you do that, and if you don't establish that, you lose. You lose like Willy Wonka. Good day, sir. Get out. And their opening statement is the most limp-wristed bullshit I've ever seen. What are you doing? come the fuck out, guns blazing, dicks spraying. Why would you do this? Here we go. If not reversed, this verdict, listen to this. If not reversed, this verdict will have profound effects on the jurisprudence of the Virginia. Oh, okay. And further effects on the ability of women nationwide to stand up to their abusers. None of that matters. First of all, the Virginia, you've got a typo in the second line of your brief. The second line. You're not 30 hours into this brief. You're not in the last pages. You're not dying to meet some sort of deadline. What the fuck are you doing? Proofread a little bit. But second, the effect of women to stand up to their abusers nationwide does not matter. This is a jury verdict. We went to court on the individual facts, not on the notions of what other abuse victims with other factual scenarios will be able to do and say. It's also bullshit, by the way. Johnny Depp doesn't do anything to any abuse victim ever because we're talking about two of the top 0.001% people on earth, the highest income earners, the most famous, the prettiest people around, like, and I don't mean, I should say beautifulest people, right? Like Marilyn Manson. These are high society folk. This doesn't apply to average abuse victims in any way. Because average abuse victims don't lose $100 million contracts over these abuse claims. It doesn't happen like this. Average abuse victims don't get op-eds written in Washington Post that slam their purported abuser and get him removed from an entire industry. If an average woman wrote the same op-ed that Amber Heard wrote, her husband's not getting fired. Okay, here we go. Back to this. The verdict will have a chilling effect on a wide range of commentators. How? How are you going to do this? How are you going to make this point when no commentators have suffered negative repercussions? No commentators have had negative repercussions of this. First of all, the only commentator who was sued for this was the UK Sun in the UK, and they won. They won. The commentators won on this, and that would go right in my brief. My reply to this thing will be actually all the commentators who were sued in this won. They were in another country that doesn't have the First Amendment, and their rights were preserved. Why any commentator would think that their reliance on Amber Heard's statements would be somehow defamatory when none of them were sued for it in the US, and the only one who was sued in a country with even less freedom prevailed, is baffling and nonsensical. That'd go right in my brief. These people are actually would say these people are fucking stupid. Andrew Kent, thanks for coming back to YouTube. I just can't get Rumble to work on my phone at work. App eats my battery hardcore. Yep. Okay, next. Hopefully that'll be something that gets worked on really soon here, frankly. All right, back to this. Specifically, the verdict has already and will continue to deter women who have been abused by their partners from reporting such abuse, whether it be, among others, mental, psychological, verbal, physical, emotional, or sexual abuse. They actually cannot verify this. And this is always the trick when you're talking about legal documents. You'll notice something in legal documents. They have citations to fucking everything all the time, right? Boom, boom. Footnote citations, regular inline citations. You should never do this, in my opinion. Either have your footnote citation. Well, I guess they're going to do inline citations and footnotes for expository points. So I guess that's an okay writing style. I'm not a huge fan, but that's fine. So if they're going to do this, they'll have a citation for everything, especially bold claims like this one. But notice what's missing. There's no citation. Where's the study? Where's the study? Where's the study, fuckers? Where's the data? You're telling me this big claim, this has had a profound impact on women's ability to report intimate partner violence. Oh my God, we got to act. Where's the study? Where's a news article? Where's one person? Where's an affidavit? One affidavit of someone saying, I wanted to report intimate partner violence against my spouse, but I didn't because of Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp's verdict. Where's the one? Can you find anyone to substantiate this? No, this is just a baseless and empty claim. It's also going to be ignored by the court because of course it's going to be ignored by the court. They don't give a shit about your sob story. This whole amicus brief is something called a public policy appeal. And this is always your weakest point. Now, people have won on public policy, but that's when it's a public impacting decision that really fucking matters. And the public policy is well established. This isn't a well-established public policy. Perhaps cynically, perhaps ridiculously, we could say it's not actually well-established public policy that the United States or individual states have an interest in protecting women reporting domestic violence. And all of these fucking dummies signing on to this believe that in their core, in their balls, in their lady balls, they believe this. They're like, well, no states support this. Well, it's going to be hard to make a fucking public policy argument if it's obviously not the public policy and every word you spew onto the page drips with the fact that you disdain the current public policy. But you're going to try and make the argument that it is public policy. This is a loser of an argument. It's a loser of a brief. It's a loser of a case. This is all obvious, but this is true. Don't make this claim without a fucking citation. And you can get one. You could get anybody. Certainly, these people who represent women who have been abused, certainly they could find some woman to just lie at least and say it, or just hold off on making some public statement. Just say you're afraid to do it. Just say you're afraid and write your name on the line and we'll cite to your thing and you will be supporting women everywhere through your statement. Oh my God, so powerful. It's good. Like that's all you have to, anybody. One Mother Jones, they're going to cite Mother Jones here as if Mother Jones has any credibility in any circle anywhere and isn't just the fucking rag that communist women use to rub their period blood on. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Mother Jones should never be in a legal brief unless it's parody. But anyway, back to this. Not only was this a highly publicized trial, but it became a social media sensation, possibly in a manner that was not wholly organic. Oh, here we go. Back to the bots did this. Bots did this. The most... Just fucking think about this for 1 second. For 1 second, can we rationally think about this? Top 10 most famous people on earth, Johnny Depp, gets sued by top 1,000 most famous whore Amber Heard. Possibly not organic sensation. Oh my God. Oh, okay, sure. That's right. One of the most popular in the US and probably worldwide people on earth has a lawsuit over a career that was destroyed 4 years ago, notably and publicly demolished. And we're like supposed to pretend that this was supposed to pass like a fart in a tornado? No, yeah, no one knew it was coming. No one would have been talking about this if not for the bots on Twitter who ginned up a bunch of stuff. Oh my God. Insanity. Insanity. And Amber Heard's only in that high list of famous people because of her attachment to Johnny Depp. Let's be very, very clear on this. It's like Mackenzie Bezos. Everybody knows who Mackenzie Bezos is because of Jeff Bezos, not because of Mackenzie. The fuck cares? But she's attached to an extremely notable person. And that makes her automatically more notable than she otherwise would be. Amber Heard is a pretty woman. She's not the hottest chick ever. I mean, let's not lie though. Amber Heard was pretty fucking smoking when she was younger, but she's still pretty now. But Amber Heard's a pretty woman who is a low mid-tier actress whose value is quickly running out as age sets in because she never bothered to harbor the talents of acting. She cashed in on her existing sexual capital very early. Good job. I firmly and strongly recommend women, especially young women, to exploit their sexual capital wherever profitable. I'm not saying go be whores. I'm not saying do porn or whatever. I'm saying utilize those advantages while you got them. Of course. However you're going to do that. If you're getting free coffee because the barista is like a super hornball, get your free coffee, ladies. I support it 100%. Whatever you're doing, use that capital while you've got it to its maximum effect to your benefit. Fantastic. But while you're doing that, my God, develop the necessary skills to persist when that sexual capital goes away. And it goes away for everybody. It's not personal. It's not you. That's just how it's going to be. So develop some fucking skill. And Amber Heard has everything. You have a fantastic acting coach in a husband. You're surrounded by some of the best actors and actresses. You have access to all of them. You have the best acting coaches around, like at your disposal. You have unlimited resources. Develop your fucking talent for just a moment. Spend a second making yourself marketable beyond the wall. But no, instead, sniff those drugs, Amber. All right, here we go. Back to here. Shit. We got it is a common tactic for an abuser to sue their victims for defamation. It's actually not a common tactic. It's not common, but I guess most abusers don't sue their victims for defamation. I just want to point that out there. Let's say it again for those in the back. Most abusers do not sue their victims for defamation. Re-traumatizing them and impoverishing them through the legal system. Sure. Okay. This problem only worsened during the Me Too movement. Oh yeah. Yeah. We saw a lot of retaliation on the Me Too movement. Yeah, tons of people were just out there not tucking their balls up into their assholes and praying to fucking God that they didn't talk to the wrong chick at a bar. Yeah, that wasn't what was going on during the Me Too movement. What was actually happening was men suing their accusers. Remember the notable case of when that one person sued their accused victim? Remember that? That one, you remember that one though, right? Like during Me Too, like back in 2018 when Me Too was super popular. Remember the one that no? Was it the other? Yeah, I don't really remember any. I remember a bunch of dumb motherfuckers trying to make public statements and weather the storm that way. We saw them where they ended up. prison, destroyed, removed from their careers, completely fucking baffled and, and demolished. Like all of that. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh my God. Speaking of things that should maybe happen. Speaking of things that maybe should happen, this is my time to announce the EnviroCleanse home air purification system. Now, these guys have actually sent me a script to read, and I read it. I did an unboxing today of my EnviroCleanse home air purification system on Locals, and I read the script. The script is terrible. It is terrible, and whoever wrote it should be fired. Look, here's the deal. Here's the deal on this thing. EnviroCleanse is a home air purification system. It is a box. It looks like it comes from the 80s, but there's a reason it does. It's got a big fucking air filter in it, a big HEPA air filter. And then it's got a second proprietary air filter in it, and it sucks in the air from a room and it spits out clean, wonderful, filtered air. It smells like beautiful filtered air. It smells like not smells. And it's supposed to trap like odors. It's supposed to trap allergens, dander. I'm going to do a review of it soon where I'm going to blow cigar smoke into this thing and see if it cleans the air from the cigar smell. Because I want to smoke cigars in my house, and I can't do it because I live in, it's cold as tits, Minnesota, right? Like that's where I live. And I want to be able to blow cigar smoke in my own house, but not have it ruin everything I fucking own. So we're going to try it. Yeah, I said HEPA. Get it. HEPA. But you can go to ekairsale.com and use promo code Rumble. This is rare. They're offering a 35% off Black Friday discount. It is a Black Friday discount. Well, they have BF22. Don't use this. Use promo code Rumble. I think you get more off. I'm not actually sure, but use this. This is, look, guys, I am doing an honest review of this thing. I plugged it in today. It moves a bunch of air that gets sucked in and spits out. The air that comes out, I put my nose right on the outflow, and you know this nose. I mean, all of the air went back in to the inflow. But I smelled it. It smells good. It's nice. It did change the air in the little room I was in. It's supposed to do about 1,000 square feet per unit. So if you have like a, 1,000 square foot total area, one would cover like your whole place. But, or if you have trouble zones in your house, and I have a big trouble zone in my house, and I'm moving this thing down there tonight, and I'll be reporting on how it works over the next day or two. But, I have a trouble zone where my kids eat food because they leave food out or they throw stuff in the garbage can that like doesn't get changed as much because it doesn't fill as fast. So it starts to stink. It's like, oh, you dumped a bowl of ramen in the garbage can. Thank you for that. I really love you. Why on earth did I have 5 of you little monsters? But that's where I want to test this thing out and see if it works on odors. Now, they make some pretty bold claims about fixing, like helping to avoid the flu and COVID. I'm not here making those claims. That's on them. They're like, oh, you want to avoid the flu and COVID this holiday season? I'm like, whoa. The FDA may want a word with you, comrade. Fuck the FDA, by the way. I think they should be able to say whatever they want. But I'm going to take a pause on that one and just say, look, if it eliminates odors and it makes the air in your house a little bit better, and if it deals with allergens, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. But this is a thing. They have a Black Friday sale going on. You can check it out. Again, use promo code Rumble. The links are in the description on all 3 websites we're broadcasting on. Also, well, not on Locals, but it's on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. ekairsale.com. And then promo code is Rumble. This deal ends Cyber Monday. After Cyber Monday, it goes back up to retail price and retail price is expensive. I'm not going to lie. This is not a cheap thing. Also, if the white unit is not big enough for you, you could get the slightly bigger black unit. Look, they didn't try to make it better. It's bigger. It's just genetic. But you can do that if it fits in your home a little bit better. Again, so far I've done some limited testing, and the results in the room I tested is, it's kind of nice. It smells nice in there. I'm not going to lie. And by nice, I mean neutral, which is kind of what you want in most places of your house. But I'm going to put it in the high impact area tonight, and I will tell you tomorrow and the next day, or the next time I stream, what the actual result of that is. But it is EnviroCleanse, which sounds like something invented by Hitler, but it's not. It's not actually invented by Hitler. Don't associate EnviroCleanse with Hitler. That's probably bad. Just, Your Honor, move to strike my last statement. You said it. Please. EnviroCleanse was invented by a wonderful Holocaust surviving family. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I should stop immediately. Oh my God, they're going to kill me. But there's multiple settings on this thing. You can go from quiet to loud. Those are the settings I understand. But it's like, for the people who actually know about air filtration and air movement or whatever, it's 80 CFM, which is cubic feet of air per minute at the lowest setting, on up to 250 CFM at the highest setting, which means if you're in like 1,000 square foot room and it's moving 250 cubic feet of air per minute, you cycle through like an entire the entire room's air a couple times a day, I think. Maybe it's a couple times an hour. I don't know. And I don't math very well. I'm a lawyer. But it does move. Like when I say it moves a lot of air, it really does. It really does. But typically you want it on the low setting, but when you need some quick filtration, you do it on the high. And I'm talking way too much about this. But thank you for hearing me out on that. Look, so far, I think the unit's pretty cool, but I got to do a little more testing. And I'm not under a non-disclosure or non-disparagement agreement or anything like that. I will give you the honest take on this thing. I'm not asking anyone to drop hundreds of dollars on a product if I don't think it's going to work. But so far, it seems to work. So if that's something of value to you, if you need some air cleansed, it's like an enema for your living room. Maybe they should adopt my slogan. Maybe I should be writing their ad copy. I don't know. True story, real facts, real talk here. Guys, I wanted to write ad copy. Like I wanted to be a copywriter for an advertising department. When I realized that I wasn't going to write movies and books, I was like, oh, maybe I can go work in advertising. And I went and I applied at all these advertising places, and they're like, what's your portfolio? I'm like, portfolio? Motherfucker, I just got out of college. I don't have a portfolio. I'm just a shit poster on the internet. Let me write your ad copy. Trust me, I'll do great. And they never listened. They're always like, yeah, leave. I would have written the best copy for all of them. The best copy. Here we go. Where were we? All right. We're right here. This problem only worsened during the Me Too movement, and this tactic has accelerated due to the verdict in this case. Okay, now, see, here we go. This line actually undercuts this one because this one has a citation. Johnny Depp's legal playbook won't work for most men. Wait, why? No, why? Why would you do this? Colstro says, why is Rumble now requiring us to enter our phone numbers to verify our accounts just to like and access chat? I have no idea. I'll be talking to them about it, actually. The next time I talk, I'll say, hey, what's up with this? But here we go. Now look at you reading appeal briefs on the internet. Big step up. Trust me. I'll take reading appeal briefs on the internet income over copywriter income any day. SC Medic 71 in German accent. This may prevent typhus outbreak. Oh, okay, yeah. But here we go. Like, why would you cite? You're like, this tactic has accelerated due to the verdict in this case, and the title is Johnny Depp's playbook won't work for most men. So why would it accelerate? What evidence does this show that this is accelerating? My God. The Clerk is probably the Clerk. Oh, wait. A bunch of people are saying Rumble doesn't do that, isn't doing that. So I don't know what your issue is with that. I'm not sure where you're running into that issue with Rumble, but it doesn't appear to be doing that for other people. So, and by the way, we have 6,100 people watching on Rumble. We have 4,000 watching on YouTube, and we have let's see how many are on Odyssey. Where'd my Odyssey page go? There it is. I have the chat out for Odyssey. And we have 69 watching on Odyssey, which automatically makes it the funniest number. But yeah, we do have quite a few people watching tonight, which is great. Rackets Rumble has never asked you for your number. Well, maybe they weren't that into you, too high strung. Did you think about that one? Okay. Char Sabretooth says, why do I now need to send dick pics to have access to locals chat? Look, it's just a rule of initiation. You got to post ass or cock, one of those two. Don't post your dick in locals. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. People take me seriously. All right. Again, now the Clerk is probably going to go breeze through this article, but the titles fucking matter. The titles matter. The title of this one says it won't work for most men. Oh, yeah, that's very convincing that this is definitely going to be a legal playbook that's used by everybody. Lawyers have noticed a substantial increase in defamation cases involving domestic violence and sexual abuse in recent years. Okay. Where's your site? Where's your citation for this? 1, 2. Recent years has nothing to do with a 2022 verdict. So how is this supporting your case? How does this matter? Tell me why I believe you. Just give me any reason. Just one reason to believe you, and they don't. 2022, the verdict comes in, what, in July, June, May? I don't know when it was. May. It was either May or June, I think. The verdict comes in for Johnny Depp. And we're talking about an increase in defamation cases in recent years. You just told me that Johnny Depp didn't influence it, but everything else did. Maybe it was the fucking plethora of bullshit lawsuits. Maybe that is why you're noticing an increase in defamation, because there was a social movement called Me Too. Maybe it was called But Not My Vagina. I don't know what it was fucking called. The Me Too movement came up with so many frivolous accusations supported by clinger on dick rider accusations where someone goes, oh, someone accused somebody? Oh, yeah, I met them in an elevator once and they sniffed after I farted out of my pussy. Therefore, they're a sexual abuser. And the person's like, bitch, I don't even know you. Who the fuck you is? And this shit happened to some of the most powerful and prominent people in the industry, and they got chopped the fuck down like a redwood on Christmas. I don't know how that analogy works. Trees, holiday, the analogy works. But they got chopped down like nothing. Their millions of dollars meant nothing. The amount of fucking social credit they had built up meant nothing. Nothing in the hands of Random Woman 63. Random Woman 63 is more powerful than anyone in Hollywood ever was. And it's crazy. Like, that's an insane thing to say. Some bitch who you can't even verify was in the same room as the person became more powerful than a multimillionaire for a period of about 2.5 years. And so all of that happened, and we saw more lawsuits. Yeah, well, we saw more public accusations of people with money to fight lawsuits. What do you expect? But the funny thing is, that's what they just told us. They didn't tell us anything about the Johnny Depp trial. Between 2014 and 2020, there were at least 100 defamation cases filed by those accused of sexual misconduct. All right. That's a 6-year period before the 2022 verdict. So what happened next? Most of which were filed after the Me Too movement began. Okay, this is irrelevant. This Mother Jones argument or article is completely irrelevant to this case. Hold on. I got to deal with an issue on locals here. This is completely irrelevant to this case. What are we talking about here? 2020 is 2 years before the verdict. Focus, motherfuckers. Anna G, did your second stripe fall off yet? No, 4 days. 4 days from now, it falls off. Focus on your fucking argument. Why can you not just make the argument? Oh, that's right, because your argument is shit. Okay, back to this. So, quoting Mother Jones, citing defamation and Darvo, Journal of Trauma and Dissociation. So then they've got a parenthetical describing it. Equality Now, a rights organization, similarly reports seeing a worldwide increase in perpetrators filing defamation lawsuits against victims of gender-based violence. While the trial of this case was incredibly invasive into Ms. Heard's privacy, fuck your privacy. You make public accusations, you don't get privacy anymore. It's gone. It's over. It's done. You have publicly accused a public person. What the fuck privacy do you expect ever again? It's you asked for fame. The internet will give it to you, milady. But with that comes a really intrusive look into who you are. And trust me, as someone who's on the internet calling people dumb fuckers all the time, an invasion of privacy, your privacy is invaded whenever the internet wants to invade it. You don't get it anymore. You're done. You're public now. As if Amber Heard wasn't public before, but you're public now. And that's the price you fucking pay. You want to get rich through popularity and publicity? You don't get to truncate the publicity to just tailor the amount that you want. It doesn't work that way. Ask anybody who jumps into this. You have to fight tooth and nail to protect your privacy, and you'll fail every time. You can't. You can delay things a little bit, and that's it. But your privacy's gone. You gave it up. You asked to be public. You asked for it. Here we go. The argument of Mr. Depp's counsel to the jury relied upon many assertions that are nowhere within the four corners of the editorial at issue or reasonably derived therefrom. False. False. Johnny Depp's team did an excellent job of bringing all of Amber's statements about him prior to the law or prior to the publication into the publication. And Amber Heard helped them. She helped them the entire time. The jury, of course, is going to consider all of the shit that went into that publication as part of the publication, because the publication specifically called back to her public calls of domestic violence. I'm sorry. Let's do this. As I'm drinking more, this will get more and more fun. To the retard at the ACLU, the fucking Downs lawyer who decided to try and help Amber Heard avoid a defamation trial by crafting her statements very specifically. You are the dumbest fucking idiot on the planet, and you should be sued right along with her. You're the dumbest person. What lawyer would advise her to call back to a specific time with specific statements that were made about a specific person in her very generic op-ed? Your job was to keep her from this lawsuit, and you couldn't do the most basic bitch legal advice of saying, maybe don't specifically reference a set of statements you made 2 years ago that led to the destruction of an individual. Maybe like just not that, like maybe anything else, maybe all over the place. Maybe don't give a specific timeline. Say, hey, I have decided to become an advocate against domestic partner violence. Boom, there. You just say that instead of saying, because of my past experience that I openly and publicly stated, I became this. No, just say you did it, because you don't need to be abused to be an advocate against domestic partner violence. Here we go. I, Nick Rekieta, have never been abused in my lifetime. I don't have scars or slap stains or dick whips or anything on me. I'm a perfectly happy and healthy, normal human being who is not abused. And I am standing against intimate partner violence because I think it's fucking bullshit. There we go. Done. I don't need to harken back to the halcyon days of getting my ass fucking beat to try and engender support. But she did. And why did she do it? Not because she needed to build credibility, because a woman never needs to build credibility to be against domestic partner violence unless she's an abuser, but no one knew that about Amber at the time. A woman doesn't need to do this. A woman coming out and saying, I'm against intimate partner violence, says enough by itself to say that. You don't have to build the credibility. The only time you want to build credibility is if you want to fucking jerk that grift all over your whore face, Amber. That's what you wanted to do. You wanted to semen money all over you. You know you did. Of course you did. That was the point of the article. You wanted to tear someone down to build yourself up. And it happens to so many people. But guess what? When you do that, you're going to call back to some bullshit and you're going to get checked and you're going to get fucking clapped. And you deserve it when you do that. And the ACLU idiot who advised you that this is a good idea should take a 9-iron right to the fucking vagina. It offends me to see people give this shit tier level of advice. Like your job was to protect this woman from her own dumbass, and you couldn't do it. You didn't do it. Instead, you're like, whoa, this is the ACLU. They know all about the First Amendment. They know all about the lines that you have to walk. And they couldn't fucking do it because they were jerking off too hard at the idea of fucking over Johnny Depp. Jenna in the YouTube community, if you follow me for free on Locals, you don't have to sub to Rumble. If you follow me for free on Locals, you will see 99.9% of the content on Locals for free that I put out. All of my live streams are completely free on Locals. But the chat, which is not stuff I create, but the chat is what, the chat does. Participating in that is a subscription service. $5 a month. Look, I work to make that the best $5 you'll ever spend per month. I really do know and understand like how important that is for people. And so I work hard to make it a worthwhile $5 a month, but it is $5. So if you, but that content is typically generated by the community. You're talking about the live chats and live chat interaction during live streams. You watch live streams without paying a thing, but if you want to interact with the chat, that's where that comes in. So, since you asked, that's that. But anyway, here we go. Back to this. Here we go. The defamation by implication doctrine has been so unduly expanded in this case. It wasn't even expanded. I don't think it was even defamation by implication. I think it was straight defamation, personally. That it will lead to numerous meritless attacks on editorials and other publications that claimants will assert contain implied references regardless of how dubious the implication. But that's not what happened here. That's not what happened. They didn't sue the editorials and other publications. In order to find Ms. Heard liable for defamation by implication, a court must make numerous leaps of logic that are not justified by the actual words of Ms. Heard's op-ed or the reasonable implications therefrom. Here's the thing. They don't actually, and this is the easy out for the appeals court. Never give the appeals court an easy out. But the easy out for the appeals court is the jury found defamation, not necessarily defamation by implication. We don't know the distinction that the jury made. Defamation by implication is a way to defamation. And it's a valid way to it in Virginia, by the way. But we also could have just found that her statements were inherently defamatory. We don't know. But they've made the assumption that it is this. A court must make numerous leaps of logic that are not justified by the actual words of Ms. Heard's op-ed or the reasonable implications therefrom. I mean, they are, though. They clearly are. The reasonable implication is that, oh, by the way, my 2018 statements about him being an abuser are what matter. That's the implication. And of course, that's what she fucking wanted. Of course, that's what the ACLU wanted. Of course, that's the point of all of this. The implication is very fucking clear. Always has been. Requiring victims to defend against such lawsuits without proper First Amendment protections will cause speakers to either choose not to speak or to incur significant costs, usually against litigants who have far superior assets. Wait, based on what? Why do litigants have far superior assets? Why is that usual? It's not actually usual. That's this case. Depp has superior assets to Amber Heard, but Amber Heard had significant assets going into this case. She lost a lot of them. But again, she has all the First Amendment protections on earth. You don't have a First Amendment protection to lie about someone else to cause them harm or to cause you benefit. The publication at issue, Washington Post op-ed. Okay, now we're in the facts. Now we're in the actual argument by specific thing. On December 18, 2018, Washington Post published, first online then in print, an editorial written by appellant Amber Heard with the assistance of the ACLU. Turns out, actually, the ACLU wrote almost all of it. And her own private counsel. Amber Heard opinion, transformative moment for women, blah, blah, blah. Ms. Heard had been invited to become an ambassador by the ACLU. And so they were relying on her statements, by the way, and to work with the ACLU on an op-ed to bring attention to gender justice issues. Now we got 3 and 4. The online version sported the headline, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, which is the basis of one of the 3 defamation claims. Yep. The evidence in the record showed this was a headline written by a staffer for the Washington Post, and Ms. Heard testifies she never saw the headline prior to its online publication or any time prior to the filing of the lawsuit. This They didn't believe the testimony. And again, just because someone testifies something doesn't mean it's true. It means it's admitted into evidence. But the jury is the fucking determinant for the credibility of testimony. Amber Heard tweeted the fucking online article and she wrote about the article. Are you telling me you're going to honestly sit here with your thumb in your ass and tell me that Amber Heard did not read the headline that popped up when she put that fucking link in her tweet? Of course she did. Of course she knew about the headline. She's lying about it. It's obviously a lie. She wrote about it. She didn't just hit the retweet button and walk away. She hit that quote tweet. She wrote about it. It was right in front of her. She lied. The jury went, smells like a lie. And not the good a lie from Ender's Game. Just a lie. Just a lie. It's fucking stupid. It's ludicrously unbelievable. All right, here. There was no contrary evidence introduced on the issue. The contrary evidence was just Amber Heard's credibility. And this is critical. Just because contrary evidence let me make a distinction. This is really important. This is not a summary judgment argument. A summary judgment argument takes the facts on the record. No credibility, no weighing of facts and evidence, nothing like that. Summary judgment is a cold look at what is asserted factually. An appeal of a jury verdict must consider that the jury saw the evidence and disagreed with you. This footnote is a summary judgment article or argument. Summary judgment argument. This is improper in an appeal of a jury verdict. It's not a winning argument. It's actually a shit argument. Because all the appeals court has to do is say, yeah, well, we will defer to the fact finder, the jury in this case's assessment of the facts and evidence presented in the case. They could have found it non-credible, unimportant, outweighed by other evidence, any number of things. We'll never know. We'll never know why they did it, but we only know that they did it. All right. As the footnote 4, as the ACLU has explained, the op-ed also pushed for legislative and regulatory reforms that the ACLU has long supported as part of our women's rights and gender justice work. Who fucking cares? Who cares? So the ACLU pushed a liar to try and implement change. Thank you, ACLU. You're the worst fucking organization on the planet. And everybody would happy if you rode off into the sunset and got hit by a goddamn nuke. Fuck you, ACLU. Go away. You were useful before. You are useless now. You don't care about rights. You don't care about civil liberty. You don't care about anything but leftist, Marxist agenda. And it's obvious. Get the fuck out. Go away. Leave society politely and get fucked. Next, as well as to galvanize support for changes in the treatment of women who came forward to speak out against abuse. Why? Why? Heard advocated that readers help elect politicians who would assist in fighting abuse and pave the way for better investigations by providing proper follow-through of complaints and assurances of no retaliation. Better investigations would have gotten Amber Heard thrown into jail. In the op-ed, Miss Heard explained that because she had spoken out against domestic abuse, she had been ostracized and lost employment as an actress. But this is a lie. Her biggest gigs came after she spoke out against abuse. Aquaman, Aquaman 2, those things happened after. It's a lie. Oh, shit. My man, Carl Jobst. How you doing, buddy? I need to have you on the show again. I've got Twitter again. I'm going to DM you. I'm back. You're a hero of mine. You've been sued again by Billy Mitchell, which is bullshit. And I love to talk to you. It's been too long, brother. So I'm gonna reach out. We should set up a show sometime really soon, because you're a hero of mine. All right, here we go. As the Washington Post later wrote, the op-ed, quote, urged readers to support women who come forward with allegations of abuse by taking them seriously and electing politicians who will fight for changes to laws and rules and social norms. None of that has anything to do with the fact that she lied about Johnny Depp in the op-ed. All of the rest of the op-ed can be about flowers and rainbows and other stuff. But in the op-ed, she excoriated Johnny Depp. And it was a lie. It was shown to be a lie. That's the big problem that she's got. Citing Sonia Rayo, a timeline of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's ongoing legal battle. Oh, great. Quoting the Heard op-ed. The op-ed never mentioned Heard's former husband, Johnny Depp, by name or by reference. That's not true, such as former spouse. Only by reference to the specific comments from 2 years prior that she stood up against domestic abuse when she filed for divorce against Johnny Depp and made a very public display of going to the court and getting an order for protection against him. Only those things, but she didn't technically say my former spouse. Nor ever stated that Heard had been subjected to any particular type of abuse. Well, except for the headline did, but it doesn't matter. Any abuse is defamation per se. Instead, other than the contested passages, the op-ed merely explained that she had been exposed to abuse at a young age. Well, again, that's a pretty important caveat, isn't it? Other than the defamation, she didn't defame him. Thanks for the help, you idiots. Like, the people reading this are not stupid. The people reading this document, the judges and the clerks, are not stupid. In fact, they're typically pretty fucking smart. Other than the contested passages, the op-ed merely explained she had been exposed to abuse at a young age and that, like many women, she had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time she was of college age. She wasn't sued over these things. Ms. Heard did not meet Johnny Depp until long after she was college age. So this reference cannot be to him. She wasn't sued over that reference. No one said she was. I'm liking this Blanton's. This is good stuff. It's impossible to get here. This is a gift. All right, here we go. The introduction of the op-ed listed Miss Heard as an actress and ambassador on women's rights at the ACLU. Who cares? The op-ed itself contains 2 sentences written by Miss Heard that Mr. Depp claimed were defamatory by implication. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Yes, 2 years ago. 2 years ago was obviously calling back to the specific time when you went and got a protective order against Johnny Depp very publicly. And Johnny Depp's team effectively showed by talking to TMZ and by calling a TMZ guy to the stand that you engineered the publicity around it. It was your choice to do so. Quote, I had the rare vantage of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is clearly referencing Johnny Depp. That's the only man you accused of abuse and institutions protected, even though they dropped him from fucking everything. They dropped him from everything. But they protected him, right? Speaking of protection, some of you need protection from market volatility and inflation, and you can get it by going to birchgold.com/knows. Birchgold.com/knows will get you information on how to protect your IRA or 401k from market volatility and inflation. With Uncle Joe, I sniff and touch kids Biden at the wheel. You never know what the stock market is going to do, and you never know how bad the inflation is going to get. We are in record levels of inflation. The value of your retirement assets are fucking plummeting, and you know it. Can birchgold.com/knows help fix that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't actually know. The only person who can determine that is you. And the only way you can determine that is if you have all of the information available. That's what Birch Gold wants to do. If you go to birchgold.com/knows, you click this green button, they'll give you free information on how you can incorporate physical assets into your IRA or 401k. Most people don't know that you can actually do this, but you can. And they're running a new promotion that I'm going to tell you more about over the next couple days, where for every $5,000 of gold or silver or whatever you decide to invest, they will send you extra for free some gold backs, which my understanding is a gold back is like paper currency that's made out of gold or something like that. I don't know what that is, but they're going to send you some, and they're the tits apparently. I don't know. But I'll give you more information as I know more about it. But birchgold.com/knows. Look, they really want to give you some information. And if it's the right move for you, then it's the right move for then it's the right move for you. If it's not the right move for you, don't buy shit. Jesus. They're not here to sell you an investment. They're here to sell you a hedge against market volatility and inflation. And whoops. Hey, look, it's me. There I am. Where did I lose this? It's a hedge against market volatility and inflation. It is not like, oh, if you buy gold now, it'll go up to 5,000, save you $1 million or earn you $1 million. That's not what they're talking about. That would be actually a disaster. We'd be in real shitty estate if that happens in the US. Really, it's meant to just keep things a little bit stable as part of your portfolio. Most importantly, Birch Gold has never sent me anything that says what I can, can't, should, or shouldn't say. They are pro free speech. They don't hate customers. They love gold and they love money. I love money. They love money too. And they just want to sell you things to make themselves money, as all good businesses should. And I can get behind businesses that do that. And I hope they get behind me and use a Baldo. So there you go. Birchgold.com/knows. Check it out. Check it out. All right, here we go. Back to this. Neither mentions Mr. Depp nor specifies any type of abuse, mental, psychological, verbal, physical, emotional, or sexual type of abuse, but they both specifically call out abuse. They both specifically say abuse. Wow, they didn't say what type, though. The statements on their face do not assert that Ms. Heard was subjected to any abuse by Mr. Depp. 6. Mr. Depp also asserted yet another passage was defamatory, but that allegation was dismissed. Trial court held that the statement is too opinion-laden and representative of defendant's own perspective for it to be actionable, and it notably lacks any implicit reference to the alleged meaning that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard. The court simply cannot find that this statement has a defamatory charge without extending the meaning of the words far beyond their ordinary and common acceptance. As this brief argues, this holding should have been applied to all of the op-ed's contested statements. Well, that's lovely, but it wasn't. Whoops. Holy shit. Here we go. The rest of the op-ed addressed the repercussions experienced by women who speak up regarding abuse. The op-ed took a broad view, referring to the Me Too movement and the history in Hollywood of facilitating abuse and punishing women who objected to it. Why don't you speak out about kids in Hollywood, you fucking liar? You're sitting here worried about adult women who make choices and regret them after they make millions of dollars. You're sitting here talking about adult women who are pressured to go into a hotel room. And by the way, there's millions of dollar contracts, lots of pressure. I'm going to agree with you. I think it's shitty to do. But my God, why don't you talk about the children who are routinely fucking abused by all of you monsters in Hollywood? All of them. You don't talk about that. You're not advocating about that. You're not writing an op-ed about that. The children of Hollywood are a bigger tragedy and travesty than anything facing any man or woman in Hollywood at all. And it's embarrassing that we as a society let that shit go all over the place. And that the real victims like Amber Heard are out here fucking whining that no, listen to this. Amber Heard isn't whining that she got sexually abused to get roles in Hollywood. She's whining that Hollywood closed ranks when she out of nowhere accuses Johnny Depp of abuse. And they didn't even close ranks. They did everything she wanted. They fired him from everything. And she's mad about that. Fuck her. Fuck these people. Like what? You notice what she didn't do? She didn't accuse anybody in Hollywood of abusing her or facilitating abuse for her to get her role. No, she didn't talk about anybody exploiting her looks, her sexuality to get where she was. At least the Me Too movement did that. At least they alleged that Harvey Weinstein was being a fucking creep to give women roles and to try and get his dick wet at the same time. At least the Me Too movement did that. What did Amber do? Nothing. Maybe that's what she's mad about. Nobody gave me some deformed, weird Harvey Weinstein penis to grab onto to elevate my career. It opined that we are in a transformative political moment in which women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force. Yeah, that died with COVID. I hope you realize, Amber. It's long gone now. Ms. Heard's general description of her own experience was limited to a few introductory sentences at the very beginning of the op-ed that were not associated with Mr. Depp. Except there were 3 sentences that were, the 2 mentioned plus the headline. Other negative publications about Mr. Depp. Other negative publications don't matter. While the Washington Post op-ed did not mention Johnny Depp, numerous other publications reported in great detail about his drug and alcohol abuse of Ms. Heard and others, and his failure to honor obligations to show up on sets in a timely manner, resulting in financial losses to studios. Let's get this very fucking clear. Someone like Johnny Depp being late to set is a bother to no one other than the crew who are disposable. And I'm very fucking sorry to say that. If you are a crew person in Hollywood, it's not that you're not valuable. It's that you're not anywhere fucking near as valuable as the front-facing person of a movie. It's not even close. Best grip number 3 can't possibly compete with Johnny Depp in importance on Pirates of the Caribbean. It's a joke. So yeah, guess what, guys? The CEO gets to go play golf and bang hookers on company time. The mailroom guy doesn't, unless you work for GameStop. It's not fair, but it is real. And everybody who tries to pretend that it's not drives me fucking nuts. Drives me fucking crazy. These articles caused Mr. Depp's poor reputation among various studios and others in the movie industry years before the Heard op-ed was published. Johnny Depp did not have a poor reputation in the industry. Johnny Depp had a reputation for being something that studios and production crews needed to manage. It's not a poor reputation. That's a cost of doing business with Johnny Depp. And it's factored into the fucking contract. They know what they're getting with Johnny Depp, and they're still signing him for hundreds of millions of dollars. You go, okay, well, we're going to have to deal with a guy who's probably late, sometimes on drugs, a lot of times drunk, and we're still willing to pay him $100 million. Why? Oh, because he puts asses in the fucking chairs. Let's see. Ms. Heard was prohibited from entering these into evidence based on an erroneous hearsay objection filed by the trial court. That's not an erroneous hearsay objection. That's a proper hearsay objection. What about those publications is not hearsay? Get the author of each article on the stand. Why don't you have that? Why don't you have the author of the article come on, say, yeah, I wrote this article because holy shit, this guy's a monster. Had these articles been admitted into evidence, the jury would have learned about other reporting that would have affected Mr. Depp's reputation. Whoops. Bullet points. There were reliable predictions that Depp would not be in any more Pirates of the Caribbean movies almost 2 months before the op-ed was published. That wasn't a reliable prediction. That prediction was proved reliable by the Amber Heard statements. Depp's business managers filed. See, this is the thing. Even if Disney were considering not doing another Johnny Depp movie, without actual confirmation by Disney that they weren't going to do another Johnny Depp movie, and all they had to do, any Disney exec had to walk in and say, yeah, we were done after 5. Went on a little too long, was kind of tired. That's all they had to do. They didn't do that. Why not? Because they would have done a Pirates 6. But until that happens, they're still contemplating it. And therefore, the defamation article comes out and they go, okay, yeah, now we sever ties. Let's say that was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Guess what? That straw did the damage. The load before it didn't. Depp's business managers filed pleadings in a lawsuit against him, asserting they knew Depp had engaged in violence against Miss Heard. Depp was described as extremely volatile and sometimes had gotten physical with Miss Heard. Yeah, the people being sued, by the way, people being sued for stealing and squandering $600 million from Johnny Depp. Yeah. They were just taking his money. They're just stealing his money because he had gotten physical with Miss Heard. That was the noble and righteous thing to do, right? Depp drank heavily and was constantly late to the set during the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5. So, actors have been late and drunk for all time. All time. Absolutely insane. Depp went on 72-hour drug binges, was only intermittently lucid, spent $30,000 per month on wine. Amber's wine! Amber's wine! That came out at trial. This isn't a good fact for you. The wine thing came out at trial, and it was Amber's wine. Uncontested, by the way, that it was hers. Mr. Depp contested this allegation, claiming he spent far more than $30,000 per month on wine. What a fucking champion. What a champion. Oh no, love, it was much more than $30,000 on wine. It was more like 50 to 100. Fucking what a homie. Many of Depp's movies were bombing at the box office. Which ones? Which Depp movie was bombing at the box office? I'm kind of, oh, it's Defense Exhibits. Who knows? Depp physically assaulted the location manager of his film, City of Lies, and was sued by the manager. All of these, by the way, this is a proper exclusion. All of this is properly excluded. But okay. But I'm curious. I really am curious what movie bombed. Depp joked about assassinating President Donald Trump and was rebuked by the White House and others, requiring an apology from Depp. This is not at all relevant to this trial in any fucking way. In fact, let's say the quiet part out loud. If this is public, Hollywood may have, like this is, or it was public, I should say. This is better for him in Hollywood than anything else. This helps him. They hate Trump. Bob Pivel with a massive super chat. Thank you. Has got a double shot loaded, and I ask you to join me with one, actually two. I'll drink the rest of this one, but I got more stream to do. Mama recently diagnosed with brain, lung, and bone cancer. Just finished 2 weeks of RADS along with immunotherapy. I don't normally drink reality, but when I do, it's with high-end whiskey. Fuck, Bob. Tell you what. I'm going to set this Blanton's aside. We'll go with Kentucky Owl last batch, number 4, rye. This is my favorite whiskey currently. It's not cheap. It's not super expensive, but it's certainly not cheap. Hard to find, getting harder by the day. To Bob Piffle, to his mom, who just received a rather horrible diagnosis, undergoing intense treatments that can be physically demanding and draining, and may ultimately prove fruitless. Bob, be there for your mom. She's been there for you this whole time. And you know that every moment that you spend with her is credit owed for every moment she spent on you and still does. And know that no matter what happens to her, she would much rather you succeed and she suffer than the other way around. But brother, I wish the best for her. I wish wisdom for the doctors. I wish peace and calm on you. Cheers, my man. Stick with it. Whoa. That's some spicy liquor. Shouldn't have done that as a shot. By the way, Adam Waldman is back on Twitter, guys. I should mention that. Adam Waldman is back on Twitter. So make sure, if you're a fan of this Johnny Depp stuff, you go follow the man who was instrumental in most of it up until the actual trial. Okay, here we go. Depp was going broke and selling many of his assets because of grossly excessive spending related to his drug, alcohol use, and extreme eccentricities. This is actually not true. It was literally the corruption of his business managers. That came through at trial. This is fucking insane. This is the reason. By the way, Johnny Depp spending like, let's say he spends 50 grand a month on wine. So what? You make $100 million a year, 50 grand a month. Let's see what that's half a million. Half a million, what? 0.6 million per year. That's less than 1/5%. Like, so what? It's unreal amounts of money that these people make. It's unfathomable to the average person how much money that is. And we're like, well, you're spending 50 grand a month on wine. So? Who cares? It's a lifestyle that most people can't understand. And I only know this because I don't make anywhere near what Johnny Depp makes. Nowhere near. All right? Let's be very clear. But I make a very good living. And my wife's monthly Lego budget is something we could not have sustained 5 years ago, 7 years ago, a decade ago. We couldn't do it. Just the Lego budget alone would have made me broke in the past. But what, like, when you make different incomes, your lifestyle changes, and that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, Ola Kyle says that would be the equivalent of $50 a month for someone making $100K a year. It's unrealistic, like it's unreasonable to sit here and be like, wow. But they're trying to shock with numbers, but those numbers aren't shocking when you're talking about $100 million a year. My God. Have you seen the new Lego sets? Dear God, they're gorgeous. Yes. Speaking of, guys, Optimus fucking Prime. This is her gift to me. It transforms. What? Lego budgets, bruh. Lego sponsors this man. I sponsor Lego. I sponsor Lego. Back to this shit. Oh my God. None of these articles were sought to be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. Yes, they were. But rather to demonstrate that other publications contain more damaging allegations against Mr. Depp. The more damaging allegations are the truth you're trying to assert, you dumb fucks. Like, this is the law around hearsay. So long as it's not presented to assert that, or for the truth of the matter asserted in the article, you can introduce it if it's probative and not unreasonably prejudicial. But okay, all of these are for the truth of the matter asserted. Numerous articles mention Johnny Depp's alleged abuse of Miss Heard. Oh, so what truth are you asserting with this article other than that he abused Miss Heard? What truth are you asserting with excessive spending was leading to the depreciation of his assets, not Mrs. Heard's defamation? What truth was it that you're trying to get to? Well, someone else posted something negative about Depp. Okay, those things are irrelevant to the question at hand. So what truth are you trying to assert? None of these articles, but rather to demonstrate that other publications contain more damaging allegations about Mr. Depp and were more likely the basis of any difficulties experienced by him obtaining movie roles, except you couldn't find anyone to say this. You couldn't find a single person, not a single producer or director or executive producer or studio exec would say that anything was a particular basis. They were all very circumspect in their answers, of course, but none of them would say that these articles did it. Yet the trial court did not permit the jurors to view these articles. Good. That's the right move by the trial court, not the wrong move. Also, going against a trial judge at a district court level at the appeals court for evidentiary decisions is really fucking hard. It's really difficult. They're fighting an uphill battle here. All the allegations Mr. Depp now contends were implicit within the op-ed provisions were not only public knowledge, but they had been circulated ad nauseum long prior to the publication of the op-ed. But see, here's the thing I talked about during the Vic trial, or during the Vic stuff. And I know that the Vic case didn't go as many of us would have hoped it would go, me included. But that's a whole separate story that has to do with a long question about lawyering and other stuff and weird shit involved with that. All of these things are very fact and individual specific, but this is what we talked about. The fact that other stuff was said before and nothing happened actually lends more credibility to the more credible source disclosing information and then something happening. So all of this stuff was done before, and Johnny Depp still got movie roles. Amber Heard comes out as someone close to the issue, as the direct purported victim, and makes the accusation. And suddenly we have a whole different ball game now. News articles saying Johnny Depp did something are one thing. Johnny Depp's wife saying this motherfucker abused me is a whole different ball game. And the fact that we're ever having to like reasonably try and discern the distinction between some faceless journalist looking for clips and the actual purported victim coming out and saying something is ludicrous. And they do it every single time. Well, someone else said something. Yeah, but someone else said something and nothing happened. And nothing happened. And nothing happened is always the answer. When you go back to any of these defamation cases and look, well, another article said this and nothing happened, right? Well, yeah, but something was going to happen. Says fucking who? Says who? Says you right now in the most self-serving way possible? Yeah, okay. But says fucking who? Says nobody, of course. And now we're going to get to the final chat sponsor, which is, of course, RicadaLaw.locals.com. This is my close-knit online community, and this is where you should go if you want to participate in the best chat on the internet. RicadaLaw.locals.com. Every stream that I do, whether it's mine or someone else's, there is a live chat going for it. Right now, I'm going to risk putting it on screen. It's right here. It's complete First Amendment chat. There are memes. There are discussions. There's all sorts of shit that goes on in this chat that can't happen in other places on the internet for bullshit reasons. But I have it up every single day. It gets me up every single day. And I spend a ton of time in there online and offline. But it makes all of these streams possible. Because the locals chat is, again, my closest, biggest supporters. I love them very much. I would strongly recommend joining, having fun with it. Just try it out. $5 a month if you want to try it out. You do $50 for a whole year and save yourself 2 months of cost. And you get to hang out with some pretty decent people. You get a much more intimate view of my life. You get more direct interaction with me. And this is not like show related for the most part. It's me related. So if that's the kind of thing you're into, check out RicadaLaw.locals.com. And by the way, we're almost to 6,000 active subscribers on RicadaLaw.locals.com, which means that at any point in the day, you have hundreds of people participating in a chat. If you're a night owl, guess what? We got you. If you're a morning bird, guess what? We got you. Also, yeah, some pretty degenerate people. Well, that's true. If you like degeneracy, get in there. Clean that grout, motherfucker. All right, back to this. That's the last ad of the day. On God. Depp's on. Oh wait, here. C. Cardillo versus Doubleday Company, Doubleday and Company Incorporated. Virginia appellate courts have not yet considered this doctrine. Oh well, that's a loser of a fucking argument. Good job. Depp's unsuccessful British lawsuit against the Sun. This is completely irrelevant to this case. Tell them about the sunset. You mean the sunrise, Maiden Iron? So yeah, just a quick thing about locals. This morning, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, and I did an unboxing stream of the EnviroCleanse because I hadn't opened it yet. And then I went out in my hot tub and we watched the sunrise together, like a couple of good old fags. We watched the sunrise together. We hung out. We touched each other's penises. It was beautiful. It was perfect. And I got to hang out in the hot tub, which I always love to do. And the locals chat got to join me. All right. One of the most damning of the articles published before Ms. Heard wrote this op-ed was written by Dan Wootton in The Sun, a British newspaper. Not really a newspaper, a British rag. A British rag, honestly. Yeah, I got in the hot tub with my shirt on like an idiot. I completely forgot. Thank you, Maiden, for reminding me of how stupid I was. My shirt and my swim trunks are still sitting outside. How the articles, how can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts films after assault claim? Fuck. Mr. Wooten expressly stated that overwhelming evidence was filed in the California proceedings against Johnny Depp by Heard to show Johnny Depp engaged in domestic violence against his wife, Amber Heard. Wooten explicitly encouraged J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter book series, and Warner Brothers, the studio making the Harry Potter movies, to fire Depp from his role playing one of the key characters in Fantastic Beasts. This is all true. This is all done in firm reliance on Amber Heard's statements, though. Is that Pokemon's nipple? Oh, she knew that shit was out the whole time. That Pokemon's such a fucking bitch. Pokemon, someone said it perfectly earlier in locals chat. Pokemon made a career over being mildly attractive. Oh, just fucking embarrassing. It's got a pasty on it. Well, I'm wearing pasties right now. Okay, here we go. In response to this article, Mr. Depp, through his counsel in the current case, Brown Rudnick, filed a lawsuit before the High Court of England and Wales on June 1st, 2018, against Wooten and the publisher of the New York Sun News Group, claiming irreparable harm from the Sun article. The defendants filed a re-amended defense, pretty rad, that relied upon a truth defense, specifically that claimant Depp beat his wife Amber, causing her to suffer significant injury on occasion, leading her to fear for her life. Now, again, I've gone through this a million times. The Sun article is relying on statements by Amber Heard to make its claims. The judge in the Sun article, the judge's son is best friends with Dan Wooten or whatever. The wife hangs out with Dan Wooten's wife. Like, it's insane how connected this judge is to the UK Sun. And the judge should have been recused. Under American standards, probably would have been. Probably would have been. And yet, also, Amber Heard doesn't get to be cross-examined because it's England. You don't have a right to confront your accusers there, only in the US. It's insane. All of the shit that happened in the UK trial is a fucking disaster. is a fucking disaster. Wait, who's this degenerate? Okay, here we go. Let's see. The Sun argued that the claimant and Miss Heard began living together in or about 2012, married on 3rd of February 2015. They separated on or around 22nd May 2016. Throughout their relationship, the claimant was controlling and verbally and physically abusive towards Miss Heard, particularly when he was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Okay, cute. That's great. After 16 days of hearings in the case, November 2nd, 2020, Mr. Justice Nichols, sitting in the British High Court of Justice, Queen's Bench Division, issued his judgment, a 129-page, 585-paragraph decision, which found that the statements in the Sun that Depp beat his wife Amber Heard, causing her significant injury, and on occasion leading her into fear for her life, were substantially true. Substantially based on her statements that were relied upon in writing the article and relied upon in court, of course. In the judgment, the High Court noted that the burden of proof, the civil standard of proof, namely the balance of probabilities, was on the defendants to establish that the statements were true. High Court found that the great majority of the alleged assaults, 12 of 14. By the way, 12 of 14 is actually an embarrassing number. It's actually an embarrassing number. It should be 14 of 14. That they couldn't win with this low standard, that they couldn't win on all 14 should be sus. And this is the difference between the American and the British version. In the American version, if you have one claim that is not substantiated, the jury goes, wait, what else are you lying about? What the fuck else would you be lying about? The High Court found that the great majority of the alleged assaults have been proved to the civil standard. As a result, the High Court dismissed the claim brought by Depp against the defendants. Look, I'm just going to say it. This is section 2. Wait, no, section 3. We're in section 3. The second section was weak. Other publications that were excluded by the trial court. And the third section now is, well, there was a court in another fucking continent with a different legal system where he won against a different defendant. Like, that's the argument. When we're here on section 3, your case is shit. It's absolute trash, and they know it. On March 25, 2021, the Court of Appeals refused Mr. Depp's application for permission to appeal the judgment. And if that doesn't say enough, if this case, if Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard here were heard in the UK, she wouldn't be allowed to file an appeal either. That is a firm fucking abridgment of rights that we are gladly away from. Let me get big to say this. Let me erect. Fuck you, England. I'm glad we fucking divorced you, you fucking cunts. Fuck off. All right, next. More than 2 years after this article, Mr. Depp resigned from this role after losing his lawsuit in November 2020. What role? Johnny Depp's dismissal from the Fantastic Beasts franchise marks a major career repercussion for the embattled actor. Okay. The trial court's rulings on the extent to which Miss Heard's counsel could mention or introduce evidence about the Sun article, lawsuit, and judgment was an arbitrary moving target. Nope. It should not be mentioned. It's entirely prejudicial. There's nothing probative about that. Nothing probative at all about it. And suggesting that there is insane. Wait, what? Oh my fucking hell. Hold on. Got to take care of something real quick. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Had to take care of something in chat. More than 2 years after this article, Depp resigned his role. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. I just read this. Arbitrary. Although Mr. Depp filed a motion in limine seeking to exclude evidence about the UK judgment, only blank, which was granted in part, the trial court barred Ms. Heard's counsel from any mention of the Sun article, lawsuit judgment, or anything in the UK. Good. None of it in the UK matters. None of it in the UK matters. Moreover, the court never permitted the Sun article itself to be introduced into evidence. It shouldn't be, despite its clear relevance to the issue of causation regarding any alleged damage to Mr. Depp's reputation. Nope. She actually properly gave an instruction limiting the scope of damages to after the UK article's conclusion. So this is wrong. Later in the trial, the court allowed some testimony about the Sun article, but still refused to allow the article into evidence. This is particularly harmful given the fact that Mr. Depp lost his significant role in Harry Potter movies that the UK judgment was released. Except the Harry Potter movies were not actually the Harry Potter movies were not actually, or yeah, the Fantastic Beast movies were not actually part of this shit, and not part of the damages calculation. They made that very fucking clear. Okay. Press about the Depp versus her, Press about Mr. Depp at the time of filing the Sun case by Depp in June 2018, during the hearings and trial in July 2020, and after the judgment was released on November 2nd. Depp versus Heard trial. Okay, back to this. Back to the actual trial at hand. To say that the Depp versus Heard trial in Fairfax County Circuit Court and its surroundings was a circus is a gross understatement. Really, is it? Is it a gross understatement? As the unofficial video record has shown, the outside entrance drop-off gauntlet through which both parties entered the courthouse and through which Depp was championed and Heard was vilified in the conduct of the courtroom audience and some of the participants created an atmosphere more appropriate for a trivialized wrestling match than a court's trial impacting people's lives. This is bullshit. Oh my God. Too much shit going on in the locals chat. Very distracted. Very distracted. Okay. But here's the deal. The gauntlet they had to go through was removed from the courthouse by a couple blocks, which is about, they have to balance reasonableness of the restrictions under the First Amendment. People get to express disdain for a particular person in a lawsuit. You get to do that. That is your fucking freedom. You have a right to say, Amber Heard's a fucking cunt, or Johnny Depp's an abusive piece of shit. You get to say that right outside the courtroom. You don't get to say it in the courtroom. And yet we're supposed to pretend like none of that can happen. That happens all the time and should. It should happen. Debbie O says this brief was submitted on behalf of Amber Heard, shockingly. Even though it's a shit brief. It's bad. All right. So here's number 10. As PBS noted, while the jury deliberated, the streets outside the Fairfax, Virginia courtroom became a pro-Depp carnival. Think about, again, this is about legal strategy and framing. This isn't about facts anymore. This is narrative. And this is often overlooked. But look, so my independent study as a senior in law school was this. One of my law professors who was very nice and who probably disagrees with me vehemently politically. Vehemently. She was writing a law school article and asked me to do some research for her as my and write up a summary of the research. All right. And this is about a very, very important topic in law school pedagogy. Pedagogy is not the same as pedophilia, although it's pretty closely linked. Pedagogy is the study of teaching, all right, and the method of teaching a thing. Her contention was that law school does not focus properly on teaching narrative as part of the required curriculum. Storytelling. How do you engage the audience? The audience is either the judge or the jury. Tell a compelling story. This is fucking critical. I can't express this enough. All your arguments are for naught if they fall on deaf ears because those deaf ears are bored. So tell the story. Tell the story. Now here they're trying to tell the story, right? Of how unfair this trial was to Amber Heard. And the line of the story right now to convince these judges that it's unfair is this. After the trial, during jury deliberations, after all these people engaged in the trial have watched the most public trial since O.J. Simpson, have watched and engaged the content. After all of that, after all the parties have submitted their evidence, what we have in these streets is a pro Johnny Depp carnival. Think about that. Think about how stupid of an avenue of approach it is to say that. So after the parties did all their testimony, submitted all their evidence, made their opening and closing statements, after all of that, the crowd is pro Johnny Depp. And we want this court to come in and overturn what not only the jury has decided, but also the chat, right? Like the audience, the people who watched, the people who care. They're all there and they're like, fuck. Now, a much better argument would be to go with the pre-trial, everybody being pro Johnny Depp pre-trial would be the smarter article to cite, right? Trial hasn't even begun. No evidence is submitted, and this crowd is uniformly pro Johnny Depp, showing the power of a male celebrity to influence crowds without saying a single word, and the difficulty for a woman to stand up in a male-dominated environment. Bam! That's a fucking headline, you cunts. Why can't you figure this out? It's so goddamn easy. I do it in my sleep. I do it while drunk on it. This is how you sell the fucking appeals court that Johnny Depp was winning before he stepped in the room. That's not fair. That's how you go against the court process. But you can't do it, can you? Because you're too fucking dumb. So you wait until after all of the evidence has been submitted and say, well, after all the evidence, everybody's in favor of Johnny Depp. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a calamity. Narrative, narrative, narrative. Tell the fucking story. Tell the fucking story. Tell the story you want to tell to the court. Tell the story. Make the other side defend against the story, because then they're on the defense. Then they're having to post, well, no, this is the real article. We want you to pay attention. It never works. The first one wins all the time. It gets primacy in the brain. The first one you pick is that after everything, people side with Johnny Depp along with the jury. You know what would have been better? The jury sided with Johnny Depp, but everybody else sided with Amber Heard. Boom, there's an unreasonable jury. Can't do it. Everybody agreed with the jury's decision is a very reasonable jury argument. And Johnny Depp's team, when they responded, this should be like, yes, actually, we know that those people outside celebrating, many of which were in the court every single day or multiple days. And when they couldn't be in court, they were watching online at here. Don't even mention me. Mention Law and Crime, the biggest channel covering all this. They're watching at Law and Crime. They're watching these objective news sources. They're watching summaries. They're consuming all of the content that could ever possibly be found. And I'm sure there's articles about this. They're consuming everything about Johnny Depp. They know more than the jury does, and they agree with the jury. That is the most reasonable fucking jury we can possibly imagine. That would be in my response to this, of course. Of course. And yet these people just lobbing softballs over Johnny Depp's team. Home runs all fucking day in this brief. It's insane. It's legitimately insane. This is a stupid brief. It's actually dumb. And the conduct of the courtroom audience and some of the participants created an atmosphere more appropriate for a trivialized wrestling match than a court trial impacting people's lives. Social media lambasted, misheard, and viciously attacked anyone who expressed opposition to Depp. Who cares? Again, so social media is on the side of the jury. People outside the courtroom are on the side of the jury. Sounds like the jury's reasonable. I can't state this enough. I hate to keep doing this. I hate to keep ranting on this. Your goal in this brief is to say that the jury verdict is unreasonable. Not only that it's unreasonable, that no reasonable jury could have come to this conclusion. That's the standard you have to overcome. No reasonable jury with the evidence submitted could have come to this answer. None. That's what you have to fight. That's what you're fighting. And they say, so the jury came to this conclusion. The crowd at the court came to this conclusion. And the crowd online who watched this came to the same conclusion. How is the jury unreasonable now? How is the jury aberrant in this situation? How are they different in this situation? How is the jury not following the same narrative that every other American is following? Tell me. Tell me more about it. You have one job. Tell the fucking story, and they can't do it. They can't tell the story. They don't know how. And that's a law school failure, I guess. I could have written a better amicus brief for Amber Heard than this. Because I just would have told the story in favor of Amber Heard rather than in favor of Johnny Depp. All right, here we go. Here's an article, Targeted Trolling and Trend Manipulation, How Organized Attacks on Amber Heard and Other Women Thrive on Twitter, report by Bot Sentinel. Boozy, you fucking fetal alcohol syndrome induced crack baby. You goddamn idiot. You did it. You made the dumbest fucking report on the planet. They quoted Boozy. They quoted a guy who can barely buy groceries. Embarrassing. Stay away from it. Stay away from people like Bot Sentinel. Let me say it. C. Boozy is an uneducated, retarded faggot working out of his kitchen, which is tiny, with no experience, no qualification, no established credibility, because I'm not a qualification snob, but he doesn't have established credibility either. He wrote some bullshit code to troll through Twitter replies and determine who are bots. And the way he determines it is length of time and number of followers, like a fucking moron. As if there are tons of people on Twitter who don't spend 10 years trying to get 10 followers and never get them. Like that those accounts are somehow invalid. No. See, Boozy, you are objectively fucking dumb. You're bankrupt. You're a terrible grifter because you're still fucking poor. If you're so smart, why aren't you rich? And you aren't, despite having a hand job to the mouth from the Twitter gods of old, you still are poor, broadcasting from like writing your bullshit from like a 1-bedroom apartment's kitchen that doesn't even have a microwave or a toaster. My God, I'm going to send you an air fryer. And the funny thing is, you won't be able to put it in your kitchen because there's no fucking room. You're that fucking broke. And yet, here you are, cited in an Amber Heard thing as if you matter. It's cute. But guess what? When they lose, your credibility will take yet another hit. Yet another hit. Because you are weak. You're weak-willed and your mind is small. Sue me, Boozy. I dare you. I'll wreck your ass harder than your bow. By the way, Nate's going to spread you open and make you look like a dumb bitch that you are. The lack of decorum was further exacerbated by social media postings which belittled Heard and heralded Depp. There is no decorum on social media. There is no decorum on social media. You know how I know this? I'm on social media. If there was decorum, I'd be off of all of it. All of it. There's no decorum on social media. None of it. Social media is immune to decorum. Well, they were on Twitter and they didn't abide by the rules of court. Oh, fuck off. Like, come on, fuck off. What are we talking about here? Attorneys for Depp were shown making inappropriate gestures and harassing witnesses when they were on the stand. Nope. Here we go. The video of the trial showed Depp's counsel making inappropriate gestures toward Miss Heard. Watch live as Amber Heard's second day of testimony at Johnny Depp defamation trial continues, as well as engaging in inappropriate celebration during certain testimony by Miss Heard. Oh, yeah, they were happy that Miss Heard said something stupid. These are not good narrative points. On May 5th, Mr. Depp's lead lawyer, Mr. Chu, pumped his fist in front of the jury, appearing to celebrate the mention, which opened the door for Miss Moss to be called to testify about her relationship with Mr. Depp. Imagine honestly putting in a brief. Well, they knew they had won so thoroughly that he went, yeah, in front of the jury. Who fucking cares? Like, who? We get to bring Kate Moss on the stand to absolutely wreck this lying bitch. We get to do it. It'll be perfect. Oh, God, I can't wait. We get to call Kate fucking Moss. Who doesn't like Kate Moss? Oh, supermodel Kate Moss. Oh, she's been around for, oh, she's still kind of pretty. Bam, fist bump. Oh, she's going to say Johnny Depp never shoved her down the stairs and that Amber Heard made up the entire narrative in her own mind and it didn't exist outside of Amber Heard's mind until she mentioned it. Boom. Yes, I would fist bump too. I would fist bump too. I'd be doing the meat spin helicopter. Like, what are you talking about? So happy. Why would they mention Kate Moss? Why is Amber Heard so stupid? Why was she so unprepared? These are questions we need to ask. These are questions we need to ask. And yet, they're blaming Johnny Depp for all of it. Here we go. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm not going to play any song. I have a beautiful Peeing Wasted Lawyer song. And if I play that, people leave. I will be back in 30 seconds. Ryan, don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. I know what you're going to do. I'll be back as soon as I'm done peeing. See you guys in just a second. Beta.
We must make sure that you do not appear here again. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker!
Women.
Get on with it!
Now we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
I'm back. I'm back. Locals chat's out here trying to get Ryan fired. They're out here trying to get Ryan fired. They're like, oh, Ryan, play the song. Play the song. Just play the song, Ryan. Just play the song.
But the people are retarded.
See? That's what happens. Okay, back to this. Here we go. Where were we? I am not moving through this document at a fast clip. Like, I know. Let me have a come to YouTube Rumble moment. I know that other law tubers have covered this document. I know they have. I know that many of you have seen this document. I know. But I'm trying to give you a completely different take on the document than anyone else has given you. And by different, I mean better. So, Cassie Mayron, don't ask questions. Don't you dare fucking ask questions of me. You know the answer. I'm trying to give you, look, I don't do these legal theme streams too often. But when I do, I hope to give you the best fucking take that exists. And I hope you guys appreciate that. And the way you can show me that you appreciate that, and you all thought I was going to call for a grift. No. On YouTube, click the fucking like button, please. It helps. On Rumble, pound that fucking plussy. Hit that plus button on Rumble. Hit the thumbs up if you're still on Android or whatever. Please. It pushes the show into the fucking stratosphere. It really matters. Rumble is a meritocracy, a pure meritocracy. The highest number of Rumbles goes on the trending top 50 every day. And I like to be at the as far towards the top of that as I can. And you guys are determinant of that. Hit that plus button, hit that like button if you like the coverage. I try to bring you the best fucking coverage of any of this stuff that exists. All right? I'm not the biggest fan of reading legal documents. I find it to be very dry most of the time. This one's big because it's Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and I covered that very extensively. But if you like this type of coverage, the best way to tell me you like it is to click that fucking plus button. And people have been sticking around for this one, which is kudos to you. Especially because I know many of you have seen this before. So, very awesome. Thank you for hanging out. All right, let's finish up this document as best we can. Got a long fucking way to go. Here we go. The lack of decorum, blah, 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 blah. While being praised by the mob, Depp attorney gets rock star treatment leaving court. All these elements. Who? Who the fuck is Nicholas Balassi? Depp attorney Camille Vasquez gets rockstar treatment leaving court. How many views is on this? 21K subscribers. 6.8 million views. Jesus Christ. Why couldn't you turn 6.8 million views into a 100K channel? Give me 6.8 million views. I'll fucking wreck shit. Wait a minute. What was that? All right, here we go. All these elements, which are predictable results of defamation suits improperly filed and involving public figures, you just literally made this up. Chill speakers who would be protected by the First Amendment. Nope, you're not protected by the First Amendment to defame someone. It's not real. I know this is hard. And look, as a free speech absolutist, as a First Amendment absolutist, this is a difficult position for me to take. Because I love free speech. I love it beyond everything. But this is not protected by the Constitution. It never fucking has been. Defamation of reputation. You know how they used to solve this, by the way? You know they used to solve defamation before it went to court? You got fucking shot. You got fucking shot. You were killed or severely injured. That's how defamation was solved before court. Free speech existed because duels existed. We stopped dueling as a practice. You want free speech to exist? Bring back fucking duels, motherfucker. I dare you. I dare you to try. It's that song Death Wish by Kellen Quinn and someone else. Got a fucking death wish. Yeah, fuck you. Nothing nowhere, I think. Because guess what? If the courts don't do it, people will. That's how it goes. If people lose faith in the courts, you get violence. The courts are there to mitigate street violence. And yet, got a bunch of people like, we don't want the courts to intervene here. Sorry. Reputation is everything for a lot of people these days. We've created an economy that requires or that relies upon reputation and credibility. I'm in there. If people don't find me credible or reputable, they don't watch, which is fine, by the way. And if you don't think I'm credible in any way, please, for the love of Christ, don't watch. But know this, I'll tell you the truth, whether it's popular or not. I can't say that for other YouTubers. I can't even say that for my friends. That's a weird place to be. But my reputation, my reputation is staked on telling you the truth. As uncomfortable as it may be sometimes, as shitty as it may be for my view numbers from time to time, as pissed off as it may make people, I will tell you what I believe. Cassie Marin says, here we go, Grifter, rub those titties. There you go, Cassie. EDW Raptor, man, it sucks that Michelle Dauber left Twitter. Her tweets were gold. Excuse me, you spelled his wrong. His tweets were gold. All right, here we go. Back to this. Let's get back to this. You guys can't keep distracting me. There's no way you cannot possibly distract me anymore. Law and Lumber, God damn it. What's up, Rob? How you doing, buddy? He says, this isn't Amicus Curiae, it's Amicus Torcular, friend of the press. Yes, it is. Dear media, stop hitching your wagon to this horse. You're not speaking to the court. You're trying to reframe the narrative and make Amber Heard your standard bearer, and F you for that. So proper. I know you have to do that within YouTube's super chat standards. Law and Lumber, my guys. Rob from Law and Lumber, always been a good friend since I met him. And I like him very much. Make sure you check out his channel here on YouTube. He does really great stuff, especially with Trial of the Century. And which case I was compared to Lenny fucking Bruce. Thank you for that. Thanks for comparing me to Lenny Bruce. I'll take it all fucking day, by the way. I'm a big fan of being an outspoken shit stirrer with profane and vulgar language, because I think profane and vulgar language is important, and not only important, but critical to the American zeitgeist. So check out Law and Lumber. He's a good dude. I like him a lot. I know there's some weird shit with like drama and stuff, but Rob and I have never had any drama between us. Always love and family with him. Also, Art the Clown, I can be distracted. You're right, but I'm not going to be. And Tarzan just sent me a picture of pussy energy drinks. I have a bunch of them because someone sent me a bunch of pussy in the mail. Okay, back to this. Predictable results of defamation suits improperly filed involving public figures. Chill speakers who should be protected by the First Amendment. There is no First Amendment protection on defamation. It is difficult to overstate the amount of historical interest the case attracted and its long-term impact. Broadcast of YouTube's 6 segments amassed a total of 83.9 million hours watched, with a 3.9 million peak viewers during the announcement of the verdict. So they're citing law and crime on that one. Baden Zavura, Johnny Depp and the Amber Heard trial. How many viewers gathered on YouTube and how it was discussed on Twitch. Logos chat, stop distracting me. Stop it. The opening argument of Mr. Depp's counsel, the evidence presented by Depp and Depp's closing argument would lead to a reasonable jury to believe that the defamation being sued on by Mr. Depp was not the op-ed itself, but rather the allegations of abuse by Ms. Heard in 2016 in her California court filings and subsequent press coverage of those filings at the time. Okay, but here's the deal. If that's true, if that is true, then we have to consider defamation by implication is a real thing in Virginia, and you're still fucked because that's still law. Until the legislature changes the law on defamation by implication, you have just implicated all of these other statements involved in the Johnny Depp case. I don't think that's actually true, but that's what you did. So you still aren't making a winning argument, and nowhere in this document, in the first 25 fucking pages, have you seen anything close to a sensible, cogent argument in favor of Amber Heard. You've seen a bunch of railing against the law. But railing against the law doesn't mean the law is invalid. As Benjamin Chu, Depp's attorney, stated in his opening, the evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations, in brackets, in 2016, they just added that shit, had a significant impact on Mr. Depp's family's ability to work. Wait, you don't get to just add in 2016 and change the meaning of his statement. This is a flat out fucking lie. Rob, can you imagine doing this? It's literally a lie to the court. They just added brackets and added context that didn't exist in the opening statement. They changed the statement fucking entirely. Do you too much railing against the law? Those statute books are rough. Look, with enough lubricant, nothing's rough. Rob, what are you talking about? But they're literally just like they're just citing. Depp's counsel later argued what is at stake in this trial is a man's life, the life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime. Correct? Only later did Mr. Depp's counsel correctly argue that this case No. The other counsel correctly argued should never appear in your opposition brief. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing it? What are you doing? Correctly argue that this case is about what Ms. Heard said in her op-ed, but then went on to distort what Ms. Heard said, even by implication. Nope. Depp's, again, don't put it in there. Don't give the idea that they correctly argued. Everything should be incorrect. Everything should be negative. Everything should be improper. You're fighting for your clients. Well, in this case, it's an amicus, but you're fighting for the principle, your own life. That's when you're an amicus, you're not fighting for someone else's life. You're fighting for yours. Insane idea of what they should be doing here. Depp's counsel argued that Ms. Heard painted a picture of herself as a heroic, innocent survivor of the abuse by Mr. Depp, a beaten woman who finally stood up to her tormentor. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard portrayed Mr. Depp as a representative of abusers everywhere, the agent of her suffering, the villain in her heroic journey. That was a good argument. That was a really fucking good argument, by the way. Evidence in the case was presented over 23 trial days. Interestingly, Depp did not introduce into evidence a copy of the op-ed that was the basis of the lawsuit until April 20th, 2022, the seventh day of evidence. Who cares when he introduced it? It was introduced. The print version of the op-ed was entered into evidence for the first time by Ms. Heard's counsel during his cross-examination on April 20th. After Depp's direct examination, the questioning of 10 other witnesses had been completed. Depp's counsel did not introduce the online version of the op-ed until the 9th day of trial during his redirect testimony. Who cares? They introduced the evidence. When is Dr. Mommy gonna open an OnlyFans? Okay, I'm drinking. Back to this. Evidence in the case was wait, shit. And his counsel mentioned it only in passing during their opening statement. During trial, Mr. Depp asserted that when Ms. Heard made her abuse accusations against him in May 2016, these accusations had an immediate impact on his career, saying that when she made those accusations, he lost nothing less than everything. His counsel repeatedly argued that Mr. Depp's claims were focused on the allegations that Ms. Heard made in 2016, twice referring 6 years to the day of the argument. Yes, this is defamation by implication. Lon Lumber says, here's how you win. Just restate all their best arguments and remind the appellate court that the jury had 6 weeks to observe the testimony and assess credibility. Winning strategy. Rob, am I wrong, Rob? Should they not have opened that no reasonable jury could have come to the conclusion that Johnny Depp prevailed in this case? That should have been the first fucking line. And here's why. Like, why would you not open with the standard? They have not stated the standard for overturning a jury verdict once in this entire amicus brief. It is that no reasonable jury could have come to this conclusion. That's the standard. They haven't mentioned abuse of discretion on part of the judge for allowing or for disallowing evidence in limine. They haven't done. They've mentioned zero standards of law in this case. None. It is complete fiction. And whoever first said they get the credit that this is written for the media is of course right. Of course it's fucking right that this was written for the media, because Amber Heard, and let me be very clear on this. Lawyers today in the era of social media need to write things with the media in mind. That's real. That's real. That's a real thing. They need to write everything with the media in mind. You need to be media conscious in the age of social media. And when you have a social media or mass media savvy, popular client, you need to leverage those things. And so many lawyers these days aren't prepared for that. They don't know what to do with it. This is why I'm going to have Norm Pattis on the show as soon as I can arrange a meeting with him. He's the lawyer for Alex Jones in the Sandy Hook case. Norm Pattis seemed to understand who his client was very, very fucking well. And you have to write and present the case, not on behalf of the client in court, but on behalf of the client in whole. It's not our jobs as lawyers to advocate in court. It's our jobs to advocate on behalf of the client wherever is most beneficial to them. And this is something that lawyers are stuck 20, 30 years ago for the most part. And they'll tell people with 1 million followers to like, well, maybe you should be quiet on social media. My God, if you have 1 million followers on social media and you're not posting every fucking day about your court case, you're retarded. You're dumb. You're stupid. The court better fucking gag you before you take 1 million people and squander that shit. If I'm your attorney, if you're my client, You are utilizing a 1 million follower base every day. You're weaponizing it against the defendants. You're doing everything until the court tells you no, because my fucking God, that is an asset that rich people don't even have. Only unique social media presences have this type of clout. Someone said, as Robert Barnes says, the court of public opinion matters. You know why the court of public opinion matters? Because if you lose in court, you will live by the court of public opinion if you utilize it. If you take advantage of the fact that you have an audience and you get to directly speak to them and they already trust you, and you squander that by saying, well, we're going to let the courts decide, then you are not smart. Krigler, Adam, I'm calling you out, motherfucker. Come on my show tomorrow. We don't have to talk about the Tim stuff unless you want to. Let's just drink and have fun. You want to come on my show tomorrow night, like 11 p.m. Central? You good? I love you, man. I love that you did your tell-all today, by the way. Everybody should go watch it. I know a bunch of fucking lamos like stream sniped Krigler and like, well, you can hear my take on Adam's take. I didn't do that. Adam's a bro. I could have. I was still awake back then. That was before I fell asleep. I could have started up a stream, covered his thing. No, I wanted Adam to say his piece. And people who did that are, you know, that's part of being on YouTube or whatever. But the reality is, let people say their piece. Get them on the show afterwards. So, Adam, you said, sounds good. All right, buddy. I'm planning on making it happen. Lawn Lumber says, I thought you were taking shots during the chilling parts, not all the other parts. Please don't die. Rob. Look, my manhood is intact and my liver is hard. Okay. I'm doing okay still. I may have to close down the YouTube stream at some point because I'm going to start going, cunt. But we'll figure that out in just a minute. Woo. All right. Where are we on this? I just want to, I wanted to point out very specifically that social media popular clients are very, very unique people. And if you don't have a strategy, I know this is going to sound very conceited, but if you as a law firm don't have a strategy for social media adept clients, people with 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million followers on some platform, and you don't know how to handle that, you need to hire a consultant. And I'm not saying me, by the way. If you hire me, you're going to get the best fucking consultant on the planet. But I know I'm very controversial. I drink and I tell dick jokes and I post my ass on the internet. Okay. And I don't fucking care about any of that. Don't hire me. Hire Emily Baker. Okay. A sensible, wonderful, very smart and social media savvy person. Hire Emily Baker. I don't want to do the work anyway. It's too much time. Hire Emily Baker. Reach out to her, please. Will you consult on our case? Let someone who deals with social media and the social media fallout and implications tell you how to do it right. Emily's a fucking bro, by the way. She's razor fucking sharp. She's super smart, and she is in tune with your demographic. I'm in tune with a degenerate, beautiful, alcoholic, ass posting, dick posting, back slapping, cunt showing demographic, and I fucking love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. Emily Baker has curated a very specific audience of beautiful and lovely wine moms who want a nice curated approach to content with no mean words. I say all of the mean words. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turd, and twat. Okay? That's me. Emily's like, beep, 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 motherfucker, beep, 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 beep. That's the difference. And I love her to death for it. But my God, hire her for the love of all and get her to tell you how to utilize a social media presence in a trial, because this bitch is so fucking smart and does this every day. I know a lot of us do, but I'm talking Emily specifically at the highest level of anyone out there. And if you don't hire her, you are doing malpractice to your social media client. And I mean that. If you are not hiring the highest end social media law consultants out there, you're fucking stupid and you are committing malpractice. Because my God, if you are not leveraging that social media account, and I'm not going to say names, Vic Mignogna, but there are people who I suggested leverage your social media presence and didn't want to. And I love him like a brother and a friend. But he squandered an opportunity to use his social media accounts to his advantage for years. And I don't think that's a surprise to anyone in the chat who followed the Vic story, who goes, maybe he should have leveraged those hundreds of thousands of people to his aid. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not. But maybe, just maybe, if you have hundreds of thousands of people that follow you, you should absolutely leverage that to your advantage. Because if you don't, you lose the following, you lose the fire, and you lose the momentum. And you might lose the lawsuit. And if you lose the lawsuit, you need every single person who backed you to know that you love them. Random 11, are you going to talk about his appeal to the Supreme Court of Texas and everybody else's decline to file a response? He's going to lose. Texas Supreme Court's not going to take it up. The Court of Appeals ruling's pretty fucking ironclad. He's not going to go to the Supreme Court. There you go. I talked about it. I hate to say it, but it's fucking true. I love Ty. I love everything, but that was always a 1% prospect. And we're going to fall firmly in the 99% on this one. Now that I've said it, maybe the Supreme Court will take it, but I don't think they're going to. But see, the thing was with Vic, I tried to set him up, and I think I did an okay job. I think he could have done a better job. That win or lose, he was set up to win with his audience. And this is not a slight on Vic. I get all of the shit telling him not to do what I said. If he had leveraged his social media audience, even in losing, he would have won. I think he tried to do it a couple years too late, frankly. Just my opinion. I love the man. I wish literally nothing but success for him. I hope he makes $1 trillion. I hope he gets more roles. I hope he gets more lines. He gets great lines. I think his lines would be bigger personally, but that's me. I'd suggested to him from the start, get out in front of your people. Those are your people. They love you. They love you. Get out in front of them. Tell them you love them. Tell them thank you for supporting you. Tell them all these things. And you guys can see how that happened. It happened in 2021. I think it should have happened in 2019. That's me. That's neat. That's me. Winning Reality, save your voice for band battles. Your first round song was great. A song parody of a song parody in a parody video. Clever. YouTube has me throttled down. So many haven't witnessed your other talents. Hope you get lucky next round. What the fuck are you talking about, you weirdo? I don't even know what that means. Hold on. Okay, here we go. I'm going to probably have to cut this short and go through the rest of the documents on a different stream. I've been sidetracked way too much. But we're going on. We're not done yet. We're over here. Evidence in the case of... Wait, I read that one. Mr. Depp asserted that when Ms. Heard made the abuse accusations against him in May 2016, these accusations had an immediate impact on his career, saying that when she made those accusations, he lost nothing less than everything. His counsel repeatedly argued that Mr. Depp's claims were focused on the allegations that Ms. Heard made in 2016, twice referencing 6 years to the day of the argument, 6 years ago, blah, blah. So what they're gonna do, I haven't read this yet. But I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess what happened here is that they're going to say, well, the judge limited the damages to 2018 versus 2020, which the judge did. But here's the critical important part. The judge limited the damages to 2018 versus 2020. The judge did not limit the cause of the damages to 2018 versus 2020. The judge, Ascarati, knowing that this is a case about implication and reference to a prior statement, did not limit the creation of the damages, only the amount of damages. And this is a critical misstep that I know this amicus brief is going to take. Hold on. I know the amicus brief is going to go this way, and it's an embarrassment that they're going to try this, because here's the thing: you can limit the scope of damages to these dates, but still have the source of the damages be prior to those dates. They're going to conflate those things. It's going to fall flat on the appeals court. It's going to fall flat on everything. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom again in just a minute. Okay, here we go. His counsel repeatedly focused on the allegations Mr. Heard made in 2016, blah, blah. Mr. Depp's counsel began the closing argument by asserting that on May 27, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of. So here we go. The print version of the op-ed was entered into evidence for the first... Wait, we read that one. Fuck that. Who cares? First, in 2016, Ms. Heard did become a public figure representing domestic abuse, who eventually spoke on behalf of the ACLU about abuse and eventually speaking on behalf of the ACLU about sexual abuse and domestic violence. Cute, except you're losing. You're losing the fucking argument because that's not the critical aspect of this. The critical aspect of this is, did she defame Johnny Depp? Not this other part. For this advocacy, she was subjected to severely adverse responses. Quoting Abigail Rowe, the backlash against Amber Heard follows a sad, predictable pattern. From complex.com. Second, Ms. Heard has seen that institutions provide protection to men who have been accused of abuse. Third, as an individual and later an ACLU representative, she spoke about Amber Heard had literal institutional protection from the ACLU. From the ACLU, she had all of this protection. And we're supposed to pretend she didn't. We're supposed to pretend that only Johnny Depp got institutional protection. The ACLU is one of the most powerful legal movements in modern society. And I'd love to stay with you guys. I have to pee again. I'm going to play the Peeing Wasted Lawyer song this time. I'll be back in just a minute. Do not leave. I am not ending the stream. If you leave right now, you're gay and you put your penis into electrical sockets. I am not ending the stream. Do not fucking leave.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your feeling is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Gay!
Why are you gay?
Unacceptable!
sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.
I just need you to be black and a female.
God damn it, Ryan. I'm back. I just had to pee off all the liquor. Leave me alone. It's been days since I've had any liquor. I figured I'd have a bunch tonight. Okay. We're not going to go too much longer. Wait, we're on pages 52 to 53 out of 62. I guess we'll finish. I guess we'll fucking finish. Let's fucking go. All right. I swear, every time I play that peeing song, everybody's like, well, I guess it's over now. I'm coming back, you goddamn whores. I mean, here we go. I'm so hungry. I just want to eat a bunch of turkey and gravy. Can I just eat turkey and gravy? Third, as an individual and later an ACLU representative, she spoke up about sexual violence and has received negative responses and further believes that this should change. Good. Who cares? There was no mention of Ms. Heard's marriage to Mr. Depp or any mention of him during the op-ed. Nonetheless, Mr. Depp alleges that each of these statements were defamatory by implication. They obviously were. They were taken that way. It was shown in the USA Today article. E.A. Cowden says, I refuse to believe that you were sober after Thanksgiving dinner. Look, we gotta clear the air here. On Thanksgiving, I woke up around noon. I got out of bed around 1, and I proceeded to go cook for 6 straight hours. Nothing else. I wasn't in locals chat, hardly at all. I was just cooking because I'm the cook of my family. I love cooking. It's my Zen place. I made a turkey. I made mashed potatoes. I made stuffing. I made green beans. I made, what the fuck else did I make? Something else. I don't even remember. I made a bunch of shit. Lady Raggets made a couple items. I made the bulk of our meal. And it took 6 hours of cooking. I'm sitting there in the kitchen working the whole time. I didn't even wear a shirt on Thanksgiving. I'm just sitting there cooking shit up, shirtless. And then I sit down at the dinner table. I had 0 liquor on Thanksgiving. I sit down at the dinner table and start eating. I pass out. I fall asleep at the table. And the only reason Lady Raggets didn't take a picture of me is because I was shirtless and she thought that was rude without my consent. Because she's an angel. And didn't want me to look like a fucking fat. Which I did. And I'm sitting there. Just passed out. Oh, most of my time, by the way, was spent dedicated to my gravy, which is my personal specialty. The day before Thanksgiving, I made a turkey breast and I bought a smoked turkey, 2 smoked turkey legs and 2 smoked turkey wings. I used those to make the most badass turkey stock I've ever made in my life. It boiled for hours and hours and hours. It reduced a tremendous amount. I added a full pound of campanile mushrooms, parsnips, carrots, celery, onion, pearl onions, by the way, little sweet pearl onions that I just chopped in half, throw them all in. A shitload of garlic, parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme, and that shit cooked for hours and hours and hours to make this beautiful fucking stock. And then I got my roux going. 5 tablespoons of butter, 4 tablespoons of flour, Don't do a 1-to-1 ratio on your roux. If you do a 1-to-1 ratio on your roux, you're begging to be ass fucked by fate. Do a little bit more on the fat than on the flour. Okay? 5 tablespoons butter, 4 tablespoons of flour. Mixing that up. It's this nice paste that's going on. And then ladling in 2 to 3 ounces of fresh turkey stock that I just made at a time. Whisk, whisk, whisk. Don't stop whisking. Add in another 2 to 3 ounces. Whisk, whisk, whisk. Add in 2 to 3 ounces. Whisk, whisk, whisk. It will be fluffy. It will be velvety. It will be glorious. And at the end, add some cold fucking butter to that roux to just bring out that flavor. Or I shouldn't say roux at that point, it's gravy. Add some cold butter to it at the very end. Pump it up. Get on the level. If you're not making the best fucking gravy on the planet, you should jump off a bridge like Etika. Why do you even live if you're not making good gravy? Gravy cures anything. Potatoes, cured. Stuffing, shit stuffing, cured. Shit turkey. By the way, my potato stuffing and turkey were all fantastic. Doesn't matter. If they were bad, they'd be cured by gravy. Learn to make your gravy. Learn to make your gravy. Wait, am I not allowed to joke about Etika yet? It's been a while, though. It's been a bit. All right. Let's do this. We got to finish this fucking document before I die of alcohol poisoning. I'm supposed to cut the YouTube stream. YouTube. Here's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to cut you and go to locals and try to force you into locals. Do you guys think I need honest feedback from YouTube? Because I'll be frank. I'm in talks with locals about an exclusivity deal. I've been in talks with them for a long time, very long time. Those talks are still ongoing, despite the retards on the internet who think that they're somehow stopped because they literally don't understand social media. They don't understand business contracts. They don't understand anything. But what do you guys on YouTube think about that? What do you guys on YouTube think about that? I say locals. I mean Rumble. Shit. I mean Rumble. In talks with Rumble about an exclusivity agreement. I've seen a lot of your responses. Believe me, by the way, that's been delaying this whole deal. I see a bunch of responses saying, please, I'm only on YouTube. And it's not a minority of responses. It's a majority. I don't know what to do. Because look, I could go on Rumble. I can make a fortune getting paid by Rumble to exist. But at the same time, I know there's a bunch of people on YouTube who are not super happy with Rumble. I don't know what to do with that. I could always just broadcast to both like this, right? Like I can do that. That exists. The question is, can Rumble make it worth my while to leave YouTube? Ellie says, make locals put their clothes back on. Ellie, did you leave? Like, are you done with locals? Ellie, answer me right now. God damn it. Did your local subscription expire? What's going on? Because, see, that's the thing. Here's the reality of life as a streamer, okay? You have to do one of two things. You either take exclusivity and say, I will forfeit all my other opportunity at the altar of this platform's money. Wherever you are. Maybe you're 20,000 subscribers, maybe you're 50, maybe you're 500,000. I don't know. For now, yes, at midnight. Ellie, why are you gone? What do you need? Ellie, what do you need? You need a free month? I think you probably got a free month emailed to you. Here's the secret. If your local's membership expires, they email you a promo code for a free month the first time, not the second time. They email you a promo code. You use it. Oh my God, use a free month. I love you. I want people in the chat more than I want your $5. I'm not even fucking kidding. But here's the thing. You either join some streaming service for exclusivity, which is great. And that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Or you maintain full opportunity of all platforms and you exploit the reality and the economic benefit of all platforms. I've frankly crushed and destroyed a bunch of economic opportunity by being on Rumble. I know this. I'm not stupid. And part of it is protecting my YouTube channel. But guys, I've spent 5 years not getting struck on YouTube. The incident that all these strikes happen in a very particular place is a very rare thing. Is because I went after a bunch of tranny faggots who decided that they would brigade against my channel based on my very, very clear free speech, my very, very clear within YouTube guidelines free speech, because guess what? That speech was upheld. All of that is fine. So, the question is, do you turn down opportunity on the altar of a guarantee? And sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's worth it. I don't know, frankly, if local or if Rumble wants to make it worth it. They might not. I don't know. But I'm talking about it with them. It's a long conversation now, several weeks in the making. But Rumble has a bunch of other things too that are an issue. The chat is shit. Frankly, they need to fix the chat. I want the chat to be fixed. I want the pop-out chat. I want the picture-in-picture. I want all the things that you guys want. I want Rumble to be not an alt tech platform, but a tech platform that competes with YouTube. So I get it. Like, I'm not immune to this. But I'm going to if the money is right for Rumble to be the right place and they tell me about the promises, I'll give them a chance to make the promises reality for sure. They haven't done that yet. And believe me, to all the weirdos fucking out there who don't understand how this works, Rumble made an offer to me. I turned it down. I turned it down. because of the show and the audience that I have. Right now, it'd be way more beneficial to me, and I haven't done so, but it'd be way more beneficial to me to stream on YouTube and Rumble rather than Rumble exclusively. It's not even fucking close. It's not even close. That's with YouTube censorship. That's with YouTube algorithm suppression. That's with everything that YouTube brings. It's not even fucking close. So if Rumble wants to play ball, they have to do that. Do what Viva does, an hour here, then head to Rumble? Nah. No. If Rumble wants me to do that, they can do that. They can suggest that. They have to compensate the 2 other hours of chat. Like, I can't even express to you, again, imagine taking an 80% pay cut in your job. An 80% pay cut in your job. That's what they're asking. Would you do it? Or would you demand at least like a 60, 70% compensation for that 80% you're losing? What would you do in your life? Would you have 2 options. Keep 100% of your pay, or you can take 80% of your pay. No. Sorry, 20% of your pay. What would you do? You keep 100 or you take 20? I love alt tech. I want alt tech to succeed. I really do. But the reality is, if alt tech wants to succeed, they have to bring the dollars to buy the audience. Because Rumble, here's what they're buying from me. I have for years fostered an audience on YouTube. For years worked hard to build my credibility. Rumble says, oh, YouTube fucked you over, come to Rumble. Cool. That's great. You're buying 5 years of work. If you're not willing to make up the gap, or at least a good chunk of the gap, why am I here? I could just stay on YouTube. Like I could honestly just stream on YouTube every day. Be great. I make a ton of money. I make a ludicrous amount of money on YouTube. I make an unreasonable amount of money on YouTube. By default, I don't ask for payment. I don't ask for super chats. I don't ask for anything. YouTube has a system that is engineered towards this. Rumble, if I'm on Rumble, it benefits me. It benefits every other content creator on Rumble because I've brought people to it. I built that. I spent the work building 5 years of credibility saying, hey, go to Rumble. If they refuse to play ball, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to just what? Take an 80% haircut out of benevolence? Out of friendship? What trust? This is a business partnership, not a friendship. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to work with them, but they've got to make up for the fucking gap in their engineering and their programming. And right now, Rumble doesn't accept mobile payments. That, by the way, That cuts off at least half, if not 60 to 70% of people who would contribute. Rumble right now will not take a payment over a mobile phone or a mobile app. Boom. Huge, huge loss for the streamer. Or I could just do YouTube and Rumble. And then I could get the best of both worlds. Then I could get the income from the YouTube audience, and I could get Rumble as an alt tech backup or whatever. Here's the great thing. No matter where I go, my critical audience, by the way, is locals. Not to be gay, but I'm drunk, so I'm going to be gay about this. Locals is my critical audience. These are the people who support me no matter what. And here, like, whether I'm on YouTube, whether I'm on Rumble, Odyssey, whatever, I know the locals people are supporting me. And that's the people I really, really fucking care about. That's the people I really want to make happy more than anything. Because those are the people who decide, hey, I'm going to follow this retard no matter what he does. How does Rumble help me with that? How does YouTube help me with that? How does Odyssey help me with that? None of them do. None of them help me with any of that. So with that, I don't know what the future holds, man. I don't know what the future holds. I know that on YouTube today, I have made, let's see. I made 7 times the amount of money on YouTube that I have on Rumble today. And by the way, when I stream on both, it's never different. Never different. So I'd be happy to work on Rumble, but they have to make up for the fact, they have to, that even with 3/5 the audience, that I make 7 times the fucking amount. And beforehand, they didn't want to do that. Maybe they will now. I don't know. We'll find out. Hold on. So anyway, I don't mean to sit and talk business, but like people ask about like, why aren't you on YouTube? Why aren't you on blah, 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 blah. Why aren't you supporting alt tech? I love alt tech. I want alt tech to be main tech. But the reality is if you want to come in against an established competitor, you better fucking bring money because you have to spend money. You have to buy the thing. You have to buy the people. You have to do this. Mixer did it. Mixer ended up failing. I get it. That's because they were spending $40 million. $30 to $40 million per person. Insane amounts. No one's asking for that. No one's asking for these crazy amounts of money from Rumble or Odyssey or anyone else. But my God, if you want to compete with YouTube, who has 8 billion eyes on it, to your like 7 million, you're talking an order of magnitude. No, 3 orders of magnitude difference. 3 orders of magnitude difference between YouTube and Rumble. Like if I do a trial on YouTube, 1, I'll make a fucking fortune. 2, I will expose my channel to massive growth. If I do a trial on Rumble, I'm streaming a trial to my audience that I brought to Rumble, period. Rumble doesn't help that. They could. They might over time. But that's my people who already existed. I already built that audience. By streaming, to give you a weird comparison, I know this is strange. Give you a weird comparison. By streaming Daryl Brooks on Rumble versus YouTube, I left at least $25,000 on the table. At least. If I had streamed the amount I streamed, not more, not less, the amount I streamed on YouTube versus on Rumble, I would have made $25,000 more money. Social media is stupid. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't get the payment structure. I don't get why people contribute to it. I know. I know the numbers are absurd. I know they're disconnected. I know. I'll be the first guy to say, I don't fucking get it. But you tell me that you would walk away from $25,000. I did consciously walk away from that, by the way. And I go, fuck me. That OnlyFans trial comes up. Do I want to stream on YouTube or do I want to stream on Rumble? Fuck. It's 50 grand probably from that trial. It's a lot of money. It's a shitload of money. And money fucking talks. YouTube talks very loud. Let me read a couple of these super chats. And then we will go back and we're going to finish these documents. I'm committed now. Rad Bell, I will follow you wherever you are because I love your commentary. Rumble has freedom-ish, but YouTube is the easiest and most reliable place I can watch you from Vacation Thor. Yeah, that's the problem also. Rumble needs to fix their fucking app. They need to make it more accessible to the viewers and to the streamers. Rumble has some real fucking problems, and I would love for them to fix them. I would love for them to fix those things because I would happily. And by the way, I would take a pay cut. I'd take a big pay cut. 80% is a bit much, but I'd take a big pay cut to have freedom. Absolutely. It's not all about money. It's about money. It's about opportunity. It's about a bunch of shit. But my God, if they're going to come and be like, we'll give you 20% of your income. Well, okay. Or I could just, because if I get banned on YouTube, it's losing 25%. If I get banned twice, it's losing 50%. Here's the critical thing. When I was banned for half of a month, when I was banned for half of a month and then deleted from YouTube, which means 3 weeks, I made more money on YouTube in October when I was banned for, I think, 3 total weeks of the month than I did in November on Rumble. Wow, YouTube bans you from streaming or whatever. Yeah, they do. But at the same fucking time, if I'm making a quarter, it's insane. It's insane. Brent Wolf idea: negotiate the exclusive with Rumble, but stipulate that the UI infrastructure is at the same level or better than YouTube. Maybe we simulcast to both, gives him a bit more incentive to get straightened up. Hey, you already know some of my strategy. Part of my negotiations is absolutely making the interface more user friendly. If they can't do it, I mean, I don't know what to do. I already have locals. I already have a censorship-free option available. I don't need Rumble for that, by the way. I don't need Odyssey. I can go to YouTube or to locals and be like, let me tell you about the Jews. Let me tell you about the Negroids. Like, I can do that. I can say anything. Already on locals. I don't need an alternative platform. I have one. So if you want to give me an alternative platform, fucking cater to some basic reason to do so. Jackaboy JWF Production says, hey, Drunkada, hope your Thanksgiving was good. It was. It was very tiring, but it was good. Shit. Now I've got to go pee again. Now I've got to pee again. God damn it. I'm going to play the pee song again. Too much liquor. It doesn't matter at this point.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
There is no meme. This is just a threat.
Okay. That's a lot of liquor. We're there. We're at a lot of liquor. Let's get back to this document. I'm done talking business. I'm done talking business. Fucking hell. I shouldn't have talked any business, but I get I get kind of tired of this shit. Like I get kind of in any other industry, like if someone came up to you and was like, hey, support our venture capital campaign for 20% of your income, you'd go, fuck off. But we'll give you freedom. I have freedom the overwhelming majority of the time on a different platform. And I have the rest of freedom somewhere else already. What am I doing? Here we go. Amazing Wireless 2 says, I'm glad you're enjoying the bottle I sent. Any other Blanton's lineup you want to try? All of it. Any and all of it. Blanton's Gold, I hear, is great. Whatever. I'm a big fan. Okay. Back to this. Second, Ms. Heard has seen that institutions provide protection to men who have been accused of abuse. Third, as an individual and later an ACLU representative, she spoke about sexual violence and has received negative responses and further believes that this should change. Who cares? There was no mention of Ms. Heard's marriage to Mr. Depp or any mention of him in the op-ed. Nonetheless, Mr. Depp alleges that each of these statements were defamatory by implication. Depp asserts that these three statements are of and concerning Mr. Depp, and as he is Ms. Heard's former husband, and she publicly and falsely accused him of domestic abuse in May 2016. Moreover, Ms. Heard intended to refer to Mr. Depp in these statements, and those who know Mr. Depp or who read the sexual violence op-ed understood these statements to be about Mr. Depp. Great. Depp further claimed that these statements, which imply that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp, are false. Yes. There was no temporal relationship between the allegations of abuse by Ms. Heard with the resulting publicity of the op-ed article. The trial court allowed these claims to move forward despite the fact that the information that Mr. Depp used to establish the implications were made when Ms. Heard obtained a temporary restraining order over 2 years prior to the op-ed being published. Yes, they hearken back to the op-ed. They go straight back to the fucking op-ed. Moreover, there was no evidence presented that the Washington Post, the forum for the op-ed, had ever published any of the information relied upon to flesh out the alleged defamation. Doesn't matter because the Washington Post wasn't sued. Only Amber Heard was sued. There was no evidence that the Washington Post had previously published articles about these allegations, which were protected in 2016 and beyond any statutes or limitations. Anytime in near proximity to the op-ed, this is irrelevant. They weren't sued. There could be no implication that the readers of the op-ed would have had a reasonable basis to assume these facially true and unrelated comments were about Mr. Depp, except for the USA Today article, which specifically laid out they were obviously about Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp stretches the meaning of the words used by Ms. Heard beyond their normal meaning and reasonable construction. The op-ed, see Tarolareus versus Pirro, statement that Mobil Oil president set up his son in business could not be extended to interpret that president had set up entire business relationship to benefit son. That's way different. Okay. All right. Republication of the headline written by a Washington Post staffer cannot be the basis of liability. This is probably their strongest claim, and it's not a good one. Probably their strongest claim. It's not a good one. Although the Supreme Court of Virginia has not formally addressed the issue, Amici believes that the Fourth Circuit is correct, that Virginia would follow the great majority of states that now follow the single publication rule. See Morrissey versus William Morrow Company, citation omitted. Under the single publication rule, a statement on a website is not republished unless the statement itself is substantively altered or added to, or the website is directed to a new audience. This actually happened. The Washington Post published their article. Amber Heard retweeted it with a comment which directed her audience to the Washington Post. Now, I know her audience are all astute readers of WAPO or whatever, But there's probably one fucking retard who follows Amber Heard that does not follow the Washington Post. And if they go to look to the Washington Post for the first time in like maybe 5 years, and they're like, well, I guess because Amber told me to look, I'll look. That does change the publication. That's Iramo versus Rolling Stone. A mere hyperlink without more cannot constitute republication. But there was more. She typed a statement. It wasn't a hyperlink. It was a quote tweet on Twitter with a news statement attached. It is uncontested that a Washington Post staffer wrote the headline, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and face the culture's wrath. That has to change, or that Ms. Heard did not participate in the creation of the headline. Cool. It's uncontroverted that Ms. Heard sent out a tweet, a message on her social platform, Twitter, forwarding an online copy of her article to her followers on that platform without adopting or addressing the heading. Wrong. By tweeting it, she did actually just adopt the heading. She could have copy and pasted in a tweet thread, which would have gotten more engagement, by the way, a multi-phase or a multi-part statement on the issue. It would have been like 40, 50 fucking posts. One question mark, right? And then you get to 53/end. And you write the end of the article. She could have done that. She didn't do that. She adopted the headline by retweeting that article specifically. It is uncontested that a Washington Post staffer wrote the headline, blah, 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 blah. It's uncontroverted that Ms. Heard sent out a tweet, a message on the social media platform to her followers without adopting or addressing the headline. Nonetheless, the jury in its verdict found not only that she was liable for the headline, but that the republication was with actual malice. Yes, of course it was. But in the present case, the facts are not sufficient to establish that Ms. Heard's lone tweet was a republication for which she can be liable in defamation, as it did not alter the headline, did not add to the headline, nor did it discuss the headline in any manner. So she had the opportunity to correct the headline. By the way, I didn't write that he was a perpetrator of sexual violence. But Mr. Depp abused me in many ways. There you go. Done. You just changed the headline. Would have been better. If this tweet is considered republication under Virginia law, then numerous other links on social media platforms and to publications would create a liability for millions of Virginians. Good. Good. Mr. Depp provided no causal connection between the op-ed and any alleged injury. We're way deep in the woods here. These are all the early arguments were the strong ones, and those were weak. I hope you understand that. For your fourth point on a appellate brief, this is like I'm throwing everything at this argument. This is all I have left. Damages are not normally awarded when they're uncertain, contingent, or speculative. That's not true. Citing a Barnes versus Graham, Virginia Quarries, breach of fiduciary duty and statutory conspiracy to injure business. Thank you. That none of that actually happened here. Likewise, causation must be established in order to support a defamation verdict. Okay. Citing Bryant, Shannon versus Hampton Roads. A statement must contain the requisite defamatory sting to be actionable. Okay. Given that Mr. Depp was awarded $10 million in compensatory damages by the jury, due process requires some basis for such an award. If large claims for defamation can be awarded in the absence of evidence of causation of harm, media organizations across the Commonwealth have good reason to shut down their editorial and news departments in fear of such an enormous potential verdict, despite the fact that no news publication was sued here. Mr. Depp's counsel presented a distorted view of whether the op-ed actually caused harm to Mr. Depp. There's no evidence that any Hollywood or other movie executive relied upon Mr. Heard's or misheards vague references to her being ostracized for becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse to deny Mr. Depp any role. I mean, except for the people who said, yeah, it could have been that. On the contrary, there were numerous prior publications demonstrating the risks and dangers of employing Mr. Depp, and none of those were acted upon, which is a key thing. This is not the argument you think it is. In fact, although Mr. Depp asserted that most of his damages from the op-ed were the result of Disney refusing to hire him for Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that is yet to be made, Disney's corporate designee testified that Disney had found no copies of the op-ed or emails. Wrong. She testified that she had seen no copies of the op-ed or emails discussing the op-ed in his files. It's a misrepresentation of the evidence. It's really fucking frustrating when they do shit like this. Despite having copies and discussions of many other negative articles about Mr. Depp and a copy of the UK judgment in his files, there can be little doubt Mr. Depp's reputations and actions were well known long before the publication of the op-ed. Why couldn't you get them? Why couldn't you get them to just say, yeah, it wasn't the op-ed, it was anything else? Because they won't. But you can't do it. You couldn't do it. Over and over, you had the opportunity to do it, and you just fucking couldn't. All right. Where were we? It is also alarming that the verdict was allowed to stand. Allowed to stand, huh? Given an utter lack of causation evidence, showing that this one op-ed was the source of Depp's financial troubles, especially given Depp's previous unsuccessful defamations regarding statements from the English newspaper The Sun and another court. This is not, again, not the winning argument you think it is. Mr. Depp's counsel in that case claimed that the wife-beater assertion in the Sun article was a reputation-destroying, career-ending allegation. Yes. How could anything said by innuendo by Ms. Heard in the December 18th op-ed have damaged Mr. Depp if his reputation had allegedly already been destroyed? His career ended when the Sun article was published. Because you further harmed him based on those things through implication. You did that. You called back to them specifically. It is understandable that the jury was misled in believing that there was such a connection between the changes in Mr. Depp's career trajectory and Ms. Heard's previous statements. How is it understandable? It shouldn't be understandable. How? If it's understandable, the jury is reasonable. I don't know. Again, like, give me a second to rant about this. Your entire argument must rely on the standard. The standard is that no reasonable jury could have come to this conclusion, period. None, not a single reasonable jury. Nobody could have done it. No reasonable observer could get to this conclusion. And yet you have statements that say it is understandable that means a reasonable jury could come to a conclusion that you disagree with. That isn't how you win. That is how you fucking lose, you goddamn dumb losers. No reasonable jury could conclude X. Not a reasonable jury could have concluded Y. No reasonable jury could have concluded X. That's the answer. If you say anything less in your appellate brief, you lose, you lose, you lose. Good day, sir. Go get fucked in a glory hole. Nobody is interested in your sad story. You must maintain that no reasonable jury can X. If a reasonable jury might have concluded otherwise, you've lost. You've lost. Might is ambiguous, and you fucking lost. On the contrary, there were numerous prior publications demonstrating the risk and dangers of employing Mr. Depp. In fact, although Mr. Depp asserted that most of his damages from the op-ed were the result of Disney refusing to hire him for Pirates of the Caribbean 6, Disney corporate, blah, blah. There can be little doubt his reputations long before the publications of the op-ed. Also alarming, the verdict was allowed to stand given the utter lack of causation evidence showing that his one op-ed was the source of Depp's financial troubles, especially given Depp's previous unsuccessful defamation suit. Blah, 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 blah. How could anything said by innuendo by Miss Heard have damaged Mr. Depp if his reputation had already been destroyed? His career ended when the Sun article was published. It is understandable that this jury was misled into believing there was such a connection held between charges in Mr. Depp's career trajectory and Miss Heard's previous statements long before the publication of the op-ed. Given that the jury was not permitted to see the evidence or other publications which were strongly critical of Mr. Depp, especially the Sun article and subsequent high court trial for 6 weeks, the jury was exposed only to the alleged statements by Miss Heard from April 16 through the op-ed's publication in November 2018, without the context of other critical publications regarding Mr. Depp. Trial court should have dismissed this action based upon comity. In addition to the First Amendment concerns regarding this verdict, there's reason for the Amici to be concerned the trial court gave short shrift to the UK High Court's decision, finding it was substantially true that Mr. Depp engaged in spousal abuse against Ms. Heard. This is a super losing argument. Super losing argument. That Mr. Depp engaged in spousal abuse against Ms. Heard, causing her to suffer significant injury and on occasion leading her to fear for her life. The UK court further found the abuse to have sexual dimensions and prodigious amounts of property damage caused during jealous sexual accusations and non-contact sexual violence against Ms. Heard, which created a probable balance for sexual assault. You won the case and you're talking about probable balance. You're talking about probable balance after winning. If you win a case and you're talking about probable balance, you've lost. But here's the reality. Comity says that one court should listen to another court. Great within the U.S. Shit outside of the U.S. The UK, why would you listen to a UK court in U.S. law? Ever. Why? What purpose do they have? What credibility is built by the court by listening to a UCUC court for U.S. law? The UK court found further found the abuse to have sexual dimensions and blah, 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 blah. The Fairfax trial court held that, quote, the libel laws of Virginia are starkly different than those of England. Yes. The Declaration of Independence and the First Amendment of the United States Constitution represent major departures from the English common law with respects to freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Yes. It's a good decision. Good lines. This is illogical, given that any First Amendment protections implicated by the alleged defamation in the op-ed would have protected Heard's speech. Nope, not Depp's interests. Wrong, wrong, wrong. How the Declaration of Independence affects the party's legal interests regarding defamation in this matter is a mystery to Amici. That's because Amici's fucking stupid. Of course, us saying, like, legitimately, do people not know that half of our divorce from England was not just taxes on the price of tea. It was the courts, baby. It was the courts. You didn't have representation. You didn't have rights. You didn't have protections. You didn't have the right to counsel. You didn't have fucking anything. The courts were supposed to protect us from the crown. We said, fuck right off to England because they don't have rights. And all you England cucks out there being like, we have free speech too. No, you have a rule that no parliament can be bound by a prior act of parliament, which means you don't have free speech. You have speech at the sufferance of parliament. We have in our constitution free speech, period. It's way different. It's way different. And the idea that you have free speech was firmly fucking demolished during COVID. Ours was tarnished. Yours was ass blasted like a gay on Halloween. Fuck off with your, we have freedom too. No, you don't. And you know you don't. You have pretend privileges granted you by each section of Congress or of your parliament. We have real rights, and they're not always upheld in the best way, but they're at least fucking written down. That's it. That's all we ask. Just write them the fuck down and maybe enforce them from time to time. We're way different than you. Where are we? The considerations regarding comity and the UK judgment supported its application in the present case. No. Depp demanded that the UK action be tried first because of the favorable burden of proof in the UK. Yeah, but he was fighting a different party. It's a different party. He was fighting the Sun, not Amber Heard. They're factually different bases or legally different bases. In the current age, when a fact is published in one form, it is often picked up and republished in various other media. Yes, but Amber Heard did not borrow from the UK Sun. She is a uniquely situated defendant. She has personal knowledge of the issue. She's not borrowing from another publication, presumably. Presumptively, she is writing her own narrative and choosing what words go in, not going after some already published statement. A claimant should not be able to sue one publisher in one jurisdiction, lose, and sue another publisher, they didn't, regarding the exact same facts in another jurisdiction, hoping to get a better result. Now, in one jurisdiction, they filed a suit against the Sun. In the other jurisdiction, they filed suit against Amber Heard. These are distinctly different parties. While there may be exceptions to this rule, such as jurisdictions in which the rule of law is not given the same respect as that of our Commonwealth, here Mr. Depp got a second bite at the apple. Nope. On the very same facts upon which he had already lost the case in the UK. What is more galling is that Mr. Depp was the one who filed the UK action. He was the one who chose to litigate the case first, relying on more favorable standard of review. When he lost in the UK, that decision should have shut down any further actions based upon the same facts. Based upon the same facts, not quite, by the way, because the UK action is based upon the publication by a third party. But more importantly, not based on the same law. Conclusion. The trial in this case was not about defamatory statements made by Heard within her op-ed itself, but was rather a vendetta for all the publicity surrounding the allegations of abuse by Mr. Depp from the date that Ms. Heard sought and obtained a restraining order in May 2016 to December 2018. Or December 18, 2018. Yes, I will agree with this statement. It's also valid. This isn't a winning argument. A defamation lawsuit based on this op-ed was not a legitimate vehicle for remedying Mr. Depp's dissatisfaction with how his career is developed. Why? How his marriage ended. why, and the negative publicity he has received, much of it warranted by his own actions, as evidence excluded would have shown. He cannot seek retribution for the allegations that were made in the California courts regarding the alleged physical abuse of Miss Heard. Why? Their divorce and subsequent publicity from various venues, including The Sun. Defamation by implication is a limited doctrine, does not allow a litigant to rehash dissatisfaction with his public coverage from years ago and from all sources. The doctrine further does not allow the claimant to twist the meaning of the words in a publication that is alleged to be defamatory when evidence establishes that the defendant has a subjective basis, considering their vantage point for the statements they have made. Actual malice cannot reasonably be found. So you're saying that since Johnny Depp is a slut, he can't be a man-ho. I mean, long and fucking short, that's what they're saying. The damage that will be done if the verdict is upheld to the First Amendment jurisprudence, the ability of Virginians to express their opinions, the ability of women to report domestic violence for fear of retribution, an expensive lawsuit would be no less than catastrophic. For these reasons, the amici respectfully request Honorable Court reverse the judgment against Ms. Heard with instructions to dismiss all of Mr. Depp's claims. Not once in the entire fucking document did they mention the actual standard. The standard is no reasonable jury could have come to this conclusion. That's the standard. They didn't announce it once. They didn't say it once in the document. The other commentators are right. This is for mass media. This is not for court. If it was for court, they would have focused on the legal issue. They didn't do that. The legal issues are obvious in this case. You have a jury verdict. You go to the one legal issue that gets the jury verdict overturned. Fuck me. You know what time it is. You know what time it is, right?
I'm bread!
It's time. It's time for our daily unrated. Let's see what we got. By the way, to everybody who hung out so far, thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoy the show. I always hope you enjoy the show. Page 42. Page 40 fucking 2. Oh my. After this show, I'm not going to bed because I'm a degenerate and I'm going to eat, but I'm going to go on Locals and chat and then go to bed. By the way, Locals, I'm hammered. Let me help you. You want to come hang out with Locals? Ask me anything. Do a bunch of fun stuff. I'm there. Locals knows what's happening. Urs, you want me to hot tub? Should I hot tub naked on Locals? It seems like a bad idea, but I should do it anyway. Let's see. Where are we? What am I doing here? Ryan says, Ricada Law is sad he didn't get any Collins Street Bakery cookies today. Yes, I'm sad every day that I didn't get Collins Street Bakery pecan sandies and sugar cookies. They're the best cookies on the planet. All right, here we go. You guys know that I do streams on Locals in the hot tub? Sometimes completely naked like an idiot. Sometimes I have to delete those streams. I have no idea why. You're not allowed to hot tub drunk. You promised the wife. I promised her I would not drink in the hot tub. That's a different thing. Let's lawyer this down. No, let's not lawyer this down. Let's go straight to the fucking tape on this. Let's get Matthew Harris's opinion. Even a spiritual sense either. No, I mean that the banks, the stock exchange, the system and the beliefs, the origins of those systems, and the men who wear the hats that keep them in charge, those men are unworthy and lesser. How can Binger bring money back if it exists in someone else's world? How can Binger steal money if it only exists of the unworthy man's lies and verbal trickery? Binger didn't make up this money. This money doesn't exist. This money is a fabrication. So Binger must decide how he wants to dominate his world while avoiding worship of the unworthy men. This lesser man's money is just a projection of himself. It does not mean that he is dominant over Binger, but that Binger has not realized his full potential independent of the lesser man's fake system. The lesser man's money isn't real. If we're to collect leaves and sand, rub that shit together and call it new money, they might try to come in and confiscate it unless an unworthy man were to set up profit more from it. Fuck that shit. Therefore, Binger must declare absolute war and create Binger money. Fuck bowing. This is a war worth everything. This is a war about values and all things that Binger values. This is a war about Binger's soul. So Binger must advance their freedom by forms of war. Binger must create his own money and refuse to let the infiltrator or the unworthy man take it from him. Binger might let anyone use the money, but the point is that Binger controls his own money. There is a difference. Right now, Binger uses the unworthy and lesser man's money, so he never owns or has control of the money. Binger, who is peaceful, ignores what he is owed. Binger, who is peaceful, ignores what he rightfully owns. Binger rents his own riches even if he is the spokesperson for the biggest company in the world. On paper, Binger owned nothing yet. Binger must own the money itself until Binger waged war against the entire system of unworthy and lesser lives, and this will be fixed forever until Binger is ready to live for his own dominance and kill everything in his way. It is his choice, always. There is nothing but thievery of Binger's soul during every transaction. Binger doesn't need to have unworthy lesser money since he doesn't own it. He needs to fight and create his own. Once he does this, he can define his own wealth. Binger that own money can control the meaning of their money, meaning that Binger dominance can be coordinated according to the nature of Binger and their needs, not trying to submit to the bullshit weather forecast of forces that work to serve the lesser man's whims, rather than selling Binger culture in submission to the lesser man. Binger wealth could be defined by Binger alone at every step of the way. Where does money come from? It doesn't. You don't need a degree to know that money is just an agreement between people who have shit to offer each other. But when you need an unworthy lesser man to come and tell you what something is worth, they are already stepping in where they have no motherfucking business having an opinion or any involvement. Let's say all Binger agree that a certain song or album is the best shit. Let's say the whole culture of Binger agrees this shit is bomb dropping on the motherfucking planet. Okay, well, should it fucking matter what unworthy lesser men think? Hell nah! This is our soul. This is our culture. This is something above religion and politics. This is above discussion. It is life. It is our being, and it cannot be sold to the lesser man. When we sell what we value for a price less than everything we deserve, we sell our values at less than they are worth to the lesser and unworthy man. We sell our values and we sell what we value. We sell who we are and what we have no business selling. Our values are invaluable. Fuck the value given to it by lesser men. If Binger lived, I lever. With billboards, it wouldn't be able to lie. Billboards are a deception that Binger shouldn't allow. One of many lies. Binger will ban all forms of advertising. Involuntary interruption of thoughts to slip in deception is not accepted by Binger. Retaliation will. Unbread! Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. That is the unbreaded. And what a prescient topic for tonight. Don't sell yourself for less than you're worth. Don't sell yourself for a fake set of values. People will prey on your values. People will prey on what you do and say to get you to do and say what they want. Don't fucking do it. LA fans, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. You got to tell me on locals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some chats to catch up on here on locals, on Rumble, on Odyssey. I'm going to read those. And then I'm going to probably go to locals and do a live stream after this where I eat a shitload of food because I'm so fucking hungry. If you want to join me, come join me. I'm drunk, so Truth is out. Truth and Dick's out for Harambe. Very important. Okay, we'll start with Rumble. Music and fiction. So no professional relations board lawsuit on the way. Sad. My professional responsibility. So here's the distinction. All of the professional responsibility ethics complaints that have been filed against me related to what I said about Keffels and all the other troons have been dismissed. An investigation is still ongoing related to my reading of the names. Relating to my reading of the names. I have not gotten a response. I've responded to them. I've not gotten my response back from them related to my reading of the names. They're in a catch-22 situation. If I read the names, perfectly fine. The names come out. If they file a disciplinary action against me, the names get filed in a public document and the names come out. They have to know this. Further, they implicate my First and Sixth Amendment rights by doing so. That investigation is still technically ongoing. I don't know the result of it. As soon as I know, you'll know. But the Minnesota Lawyers Professional Responsibility Office is stuck right now in a fucking conundrum. Because they have to either let me release the names. What is this shit? Ryan, what do you want? We're on YouTube. Nothing I said on YouTube is not acceptable under YouTube's TOS. Get out of here. Either they have to accept that I release the names, or they have to release the names through a public filing. They know the outcome. This is public. These are people making very public accusations against me. Why don't I get to say who they are? Why is that? Why would that ever be acceptable in anywhere, by the way? Why would it be acceptable for someone to lie about you and say some bullshit, promote it on Twitter, but then not have who they are addressed? How does that interfere with justice? Okay, next. Super fucking tossed. MJK79. Baldo won't ship to Colorado because of fraud. What is that BS? They cut out an entire state because of stolen credit cards. I have no idea. SC Medic 71 says EnviroCleanse, the final solution to orders in your home. And he says, this may prevent typhus outbreak. Gooch 1701. Billy Mitchell is a liar and a fraud. Come at me, fake bro. Ola Kyle, let's do a movie stream tonight after this. No. No. We'll do one soon. We'll do one soon. God damn. Stephen Crater, I'm still catching up, but wanted to let you know the alternating chat color is from the Rant Stats extension. Oh, is it? My God. That extension is better than the whole Rumble chat itself. Sin Digital Art. Hey, Nick, here to shamelessly shill my Twitter where I post my artwork. I need help to build it up because I've been stuck at 20 followers and lately only porn bots try to follow me for about 5 months. Thanks you. Sin Digital Art 9. Find Sin Digital Art on Twitter, guys. Post a bunch of art if you're into that. Hydro PX. While I don't like Tim, but Adam Krigler is the kind of fig who hides behind his mods in Discord and is chatty, blocks free speech, and mutes people. I can't comment what other people do about chats. I know what I do about chats. I don't mute people. If I mute people, it's for 5 minutes for spam. That's it. Other than that, you can say whatever you want. People, look, guys, I read the chats. People said a bunch of negative shit about me today. It's fine. I don't care. Say the negative shit, all the negative shit you want. I'm not going to block you. You get to say those things. It's fine. I won't change who I am because of your negative opinions. It's okay. You can have negative opinions about what I do or what I say. I don't know when this became taboo on the internet. You can always do that. Mario Kart 13. Nick used to be on Johnny's side, but now he can empathize with Amber 69ing a whiskey bottle. It's true. Minor Zircon, I just logged on and the show's over. Well, good night, people. Fuck you. Minor Zircon also says, I used to be on YouTube, but I can't super chat there because of PayPal's gayness, and YouTube only takes that horse piss. Obi-Gyna Kenobi. Obi-Gyna Kenobi. Oh, shit. That's such a fucking throwback joke. My 39th birthday now. Thanks for making me laugh as I'm drinking my way into it in all of the almost 5 years I've been silently watching up until now. I've been watching off and mostly on since mid-Maddox. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Dude, if you're dropping that deep lore of Obi-Wan Kenobi being your name, cheers to you, buddy. You never had to contribute a single fucking thing, but I'm glad you did. Happy birthday, 39. Look, in 20 days, I'll be 41. And by all accounts, my life should be over, but I feel like it's just fucking getting started. So, cheers to you at 39. Cheers to me at 41. Dude, don't ever let a number define who you are. That was a mistake. Let's go. Bitter old man feeling lost. Had to put my cat Felicia to sleep Friday. Fuck. I'm hoping for a toast, not just for her, but for all lost pets. That's all she had. Once I'm gone, no one will remember her like I do now. Look. Okay, bitter old man. I'm not going to drink liquor because I'm really fucking tossed. But let me do this for you. Felicia is your cat. Cats are a special breed. Cats are a breed apart from every other animal because what you just said is the most true thing about cats. You are the only person that will remember Felicia. But that's okay. Would a cat ever have it any other way? No. They disdain all things that do not directly affect them. And you directly affected that cat, was your companion, that was your friend. And more importantly than any of that, you were that cat's friend in a world where cats do not have anything because they won't take it. You try and give a cat everything and they'll just say, fuck you. All I want is a little bit of scratchies on my tummy. And I can't believe you won't give it to me. That's a cat. That's a cat. Know this, buddy. When that cat had to go to sleep, it was looking for you the entire time. This coming from someone who's had to hold a cat while it was put to sleep. I don't know what your situation was. I've had to hold a cat while it was put to sleep because its owners weren't there that day. And I was the next best thing. That cat looks at you and it says, hey, what's happening? That's okay. I kind of like you, you piece of shit. And then they go to sleep. And they wake up, they expect a bowl of food, expect a clean litter box, and they expect a house that they can fucking ruin. And that's their zen happy place, man. Would we all die in the same way as a cat put down? We would all be happy. Because we'd all expect our loved ones to be waiting for us when we wake up. Cheers to you. Cheers to your cat, Felicia. The John Beck, and consider I 1 week YouTube and 3 weeks OFF makes more than 4 weeks Rumble with 0 weeks off. Yeah. Rumble needs to work on it. See, Goody says, motherfucker, you need to hire someone to deal with your social media, you fucktard, get on it. You have people who do it for free, for fuck's sake. Look, see, Goody, I love you, and I love all the people who've talked about it, but I have an extra problem. My social media has people who actually ask for legal advice in addition to show topics. And when I have the legal questions, I have to have supervision. I have an ethical obligation for supervision in the same way as someone who's running a law firm would have regarding their own emails. It's a weird thing, but it has to work that way. And I don't know that I'm ready to transfer that to someone remotely versus a paralegal, because I have an ethical obligation on how you have to respond. And it's fucking gay and it's stupid and it shouldn't happen, but it's true. It's not as simple. I wish it was. If it was as simple as I'm a YouTuber and I need someone to manage social media, oh my God, manage the fuck out of it. Reform Convict says, go make that generational wealth for you and your family while you can. You all deserve it, and nothing satisfies a man more than providing for his family. Stay on locals to stay humble. Don't just be called the Pope. Live like the Pope does. We will be here as long as you say you. I can never not be me. I can never not be me. I don't know how. Candidly, I was having an argument with Lady Rackets the other day. I was like, I don't know how to be anything different than I am. Wasn't a very good point, but it was a true point. I don't know what to like. I'm this thing. I'm this thing that exists. And you have to deal with this thing or you don't. Like you can choose whatever you want. But I mean, thank God she chose to deal with me, but like I don't know what the hell. Like, how do I be something different than what I am? I don't know. I'm an abrasive asshole who says lots of the profane words, and I speak what's on my mind, especially when I'm drunk. There's not anything else to say about that. Okay, here we go. Baldo Gagger, 4,000. Nick, they're arguing that men should be able to have a UAE court decide a divorce in custody and have it actually be enforced in the U.S. Yeah, and that's part of a treaty that we have. It really depends on a lot of circumstances and where the child is at the time. I'm not a big fan of it, but that is true. Wrestlertown, don't negotiate based on tech goals. They absolutely will not hit them because nobody does. Any stipulation about tech goals will be way too awkward and open to interpretation to mean anything or be so specific for the level of precision required to determine they meet those tech goals is unrealistic. I requested Seafoam Green. This is Soap Green. Wrestlertown, don't do Rumble unless they pay you enough to retire. Too many variables. They may not hit tech goals. Your audience may shrink with no way to go to YouTube and drum up business. Any of their failures will propagate to you with no way for you to act to compensate. You risk being in a dilapidated shopping plaza without the option to open a second location. Yeah, I'm well aware. Xander says, why did you not tell someone to make a song that didn't sound like the ending of the song yet? Or this didn't sound like the ending song yet. Also, I didn't tell him to make any songs. Also, I think you missed one of my tips a few streams ago. I said, girl texted me asking what I was doing for Thanksgiving. I said, coworker's friend had an open invite, but I'm not sure if I am going to that. I'm open to doing something else or something after. And she just said, awesome, good to hear. Did I say something wrong? Yes. You say, hey, I'm going to a friend's party. Come with me. Wear a nice dress. There you go. Women love when you tell them what you're doing and include them in your plans. Not like the Andrew Tate. Women love telling them what to do. No. Women love being included in your activities. And if she says, I don't really want to go to that, say, hey, what are you doing? I'll change my plan. Like, I'll go with you instead. That's fine. But tell her what you're doing. Tell her what to wear. Show up. Why the fuck not? Rumble username Nick, you should ask Birch Gold to send you some gold backs to show off on stream. They're gonna. I just haven't responded yet. Maybe one of those bars of gold they were sending out for free during the Black Friday promo if you spent 10K. I'm not interested in the gold bar, but I'll take some gold backs for sure. Ben SC, will the Enviro Cleanse clean filter odors of something burning in the ovens? Yes. EA Cowden, considering we are in a post-Mad Men world, you would think we would have a decent crop of copywriters. I guess that is too much to ask. C3 Metal says, yeah, Rumble made me do the thingy to verify to send chats and hit that plusy weird. Sanders Rand says, also, I like the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. It's only 44 minutes. Go watch. Former convict Nick should star 5 another channel with his reach and choose other creators to upload a few videos for the views and the profit they become known. I don't know what that means, but I believe you. I agree with you. I agree with you in principle, if not in perfect substance. YouTube. Holy shit. It's a crying shame. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Truth Punisher. When will you and Megan Fox apologize to my hero Timothy Holmseth? You will get sued if you don't retract. Oh, I've gotten emails about this. I will never apologize to that fucking weirdo. Aisha Frazier, In the direct stream, you asked where I've been. I've always been here. My Rumble has a different username. Also, how dare you ask a question and end before I can answer? Sorry. Asia, I love you. I hope everything's good. What's your Rumble username? DM it to me. Send it to me privately. Truth Punisher. When will you and Megan Fox apologize to my hero, Timothy Holmseth? He'll probably sue you if you don't retract. If he sues me, I'll fucking piss in his anus. Matthew Fire. Did you find a viral cleanse through Viva Fry? No, I found it through Rumble. The same place Viva found it from, but through Rumble. EHF, you and your degenerate ways have encouraged me to take action. I'm getting my Class A CDL with hazmat specialization in about a year. You're looking at 120 grand or more per year. Good. Go get that fucking wallet. Go get that wallet. Incarnation Art says, I'm a guy, lol. Name is David. I'll fly on out. Good. David, I love you. Ducky Tats. Guys, follow Ducky Tats on Instagram. Dude does amazing tattoo work. Amazing tattoo work. Go check it out. Ducky Tats. Unicorn eye lasers. Nick, have you announced what the special thing? No, I answered that earlier. No, I have not. Garrett, hey Nick, I'm building my first gaming PC. My favorite YouTuber to choose my case color, white or black. I thank you for your streams. You are great. Black, it's a bigger case. You need that. Master Lions, welcome to Super Lawyer status. Rottweiler, hey Nick, glad to see you on YouTube. Have you heard about Nick Catboy Fuentes joining Kanye West's political team? Best timeline ever, lol. Look, it's great. Hopefully, he searches for all of Kanye's cum. Because nothing would make me happier than Nick Fuentes searching for the cum of Kanye West. Frankly, I don't care. People misunderstand this. I may make fun of something, but if people want to associate with other people, I don't give a shit. I don't know that Kanye associating with Fuentes is going to be the best timeline, but go for it. Maybe it is. I don't know. Debbie O, who does this brief represent? What orgs or people are the so-called friends of the court? I don't even remember. I may buy a straw man. Brian Nielsen, will the Enviro cleanse purify us of those people? Yes. Bear Lamb, if you put 10 fingers up into the air, you know why a German shower head has 11 holes. Gas. Phil and Selma, glad my house has an enclosed foyer. I'll be damned if some Toledo landlord tells me I have to go outside to have a cig in the middle of February. Cincinnatus, thank you for the donation. AA, big fan. Could you please dunk on the ACLU once you're done with the Amicus Brief? ACLU is a bunch of fags. There's that. Dual Eyes Rain. This chat is super base. Stay gold, my friends. Potentially criminal. What's up, Sean? If you don't make an out, the appeals court will make their own out. Don't worry. Richard Mindtree. This shot is for you, the lawyer that I would pay a blank check for to keep up the good work. Thanks. Matthew Spriggs. Hi, Rackets. Job shut down last week. Been in depressive slump for 3 weeks. Holidays are extremely trying. Hate being alone, but scared to reach. Dude, Matthew, email me. Email me right now, Matthew. Please. Kim Bentz. Tell Bob to seek out the gamma knife treatment for the tumor in her brain. My mom had a treatment for her brain tumor in 2017. It saved her life. That's you, Bob Piffle. Fifi got Gigantor. Good Samaritan Hospital in Bakersfield, California sucks. John Barrett. Big shout out to Adam Krigler. He just leveled up. Daniel Look. Nick on YouTube. Fucking anyone coming for Lady R in your fam respect. Or fuck anyone coming for Lady R in your fam respect. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you. No one's actually coming for us. People are talking about me and Lady R online, which is fine. They get to have their opinions about us. No one's actually coming for us. No one's doing anything, and it's okay. It's okay. Ola Kyle, let's do a movie stream tonight on Twitch. No, a non-PI lawyer. So much drink. Amber Heard was cross-examined in the UK, but with no disclosure. Discovery obtained from Amber Heard. Depp's counsel had sweet First Amendment to challenge her with. That's why Virginia said Depp didn't have a fair trial, right? Yes. Long story short, yes. Jip V, were the pasties you are wearing signed by you at Anime Matsuri? No, Jip V, I actually have worn pasties. They were not signed at Anime Matsuri. They were specific to my costume. I won that costume contest. Next, Tara Rayner. They proved in this argument that the appeal is not to be considered as the jury was right. I felt Heard got more deference with rulings over Depp. Roar Uplink sent a Hey You sticker. Real Hydro PX. Rob seems like the kind of guy who would make a wooden dildo. Yeah, but he'd sand it really nicely so it didn't hurt. Real Hydro PX. Adam is a fig and he was ready to cry tonight, and it was more about him than Tim. He also says Adam has no power to mute me, so I will call him out. He is a fig, and tonight he exposed himself more than Tim. Copied Kitty, welcome to Paralegal Status. Same with Sailor Mercury, says thank you for helping Vic. Funimation was exposed. Thank you, Sailor Mercury. Holly movie star. Nick, can you look into Cassie Carly death case out of Florida, Alabama? I went to high school with her 22 years ago. Suspect is the father of her child. Holy shit, never heard of it. Real Hydro PX says the next two. The Krigler show hides behind his mods while he mutes free speech. Tim at least allows any free speech in his chat. Krigler show that Star Wars girl, Yellow Flash all hide behind their mods, muting people they don't like. The Krigler show is no problem muting. Zach Whiteside. I'm not in charge of anybody else's show, by the way. Zach Whiteside. Just got done rearranging the living room and a bit of Christmas decor while the wife and kids sleeps. I'm convinced you have 4 eyes and 2 noses, probably from the drinks. Thanks for the show tonight. You're welcome. Jim Satala, holy cow, I've been a member for 5 months and you were suspended for 2 of those months. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Thanks, Jim. Real Hydro PX, we know you didn't watch the Krigler show tonight, but it's nothing but him begging Tim to be his friend. It was sad to watch. Yeah, I didn't have time. I don't have time to watch most live streamers. I don't know, you guys. Says can't super chat through Rumble yet on mobile. Correct. TJ, I suppose I'm ready to get the fuck off YouTube with all the censorship here. It's ridiculous, aggravating. You're funny as fuck, so I'll watch you stream wherever. Hey, thank you, TJ. Chris Clements, my big thing about Rumble is I can't cast it to my TV, and the app stops when I minimize it to do other things. It minimizes when I can watch and listen. I've told them about this. I want them to fix this. Chris Clements also says 51% equity. Nep says started watching you around the Vic stuff and I won't jump to Rumble. Dalu, welcome to Paralegal Status, also says, I'm a spam some hunt cat. TJ, well, damn, if you're making that much money and I'm dead broke, I'm going to have to cancel my membership. Not that I want to, but hard times. Cancel your fucking membership. If you're on YouTube and you're a member, cancel your membership. Cancel your membership. Please don't subscribe on YouTube. If you want to subscribe to me, subscribe on Rumble, period. Not on Rumble, on Locals. I'm very happy for everybody who wants to join on YouTube. I am very, very happy. I'm thankful for it. You're welcome to do it. Please, for the love of Christ, if you want to support the show, subscribe on Locals. Don't spend your money on YouTube. And yes, TJ, I make a shitload of money. I've never asked anybody to send me a single dollar other than through like a joke show or a meme. Like, well, we're going to do the vest request or a drinking stream or something like that. But legitimately, always take care of you. You don't have to send me a fucking dime. Please do not send me anything. Your view, your subscription, your like, those things are my currency. Your money is not. I love it. I appreciate it. I'm thankful for it, but it is not my currency. Christian Wolf, Nick, I love your stuff. My biggest and only issue with platform is being able to move from my phone to Xbox, PlayStation to laptop, bring it up. Why not? 7X, lol. Keep doing what you're doing on both platforms. Why change a good thing that works? Both have value. Corrections 101. Rumble sucks. Always crashing. Can't chat or super chat on mobile. Sunshinery, I'll follow you wherever you go. Christian Wolf, let me Rumble/locals audio on my phone while I drive. I want that. I want that so bad, frankly. Shadow Goff, stream that trial on OnlyFans. Brent Wolf, trials/clips on YouTube nightly Rumble streams. Seems like a potential compromise until Rumble is fixed. It's kind of what I'm thinking right now, but Rumble's got to come through with some real changes. Attorney Tom, what the fuck are you doing awake, you weird midget? Not Heisenberg says day shows on YouTube, night shows on Rumble only. Currently, that's kind of the plan. May change. We'll see. Copied Kitty. I don't see the downside of streaming to both for now. Why is this such a pressing issue right now? Lots of reasons. Lots of reasons. Thermacia says, I live less than 20 minutes or 20 millimeter away from Belmead, Texas, location of Collins Street Bakery. I'm drunk. Have a good night. Dude, go to Collins Street. Get sugar cookies and pecan sandies. Don't get anything else. Fuck everything else. Unless you like it. Then also fuck you. You're in Paris. It's 11 a.m. You're in Paris and you're watching YouTube. Fag. What are you doing? Go like enjoy the Louvre or whatever. Imagine unironically going to Paris in 2023 when it's going to open, or 2022 when it's going to open fully in 2024 with Notre Dame being refurbished. Oh, enjoy the weird Somalis, Tom. Try not to get raped, you pretty ass bitch. Opinionated news guy, shut it. I'm 44. My life is better than ever. Chicks dig the dad phase of guys. And I don't need, I have a lady. I don't need chicks to dig me at all. Anna Smith just woke up in the UK. Great to have the Pope back. You're welcome. We've got Nawi says, on the Rumble app on a cell phone, if you click on the picture of a car, you can then minimize the app. It will continue to play in the background. And C3 Metal. Yeah, Rumble made me do the thingy to verify to send chats to hit that plus. Okay, that's it. That's the show, I think. Let me triple check. Oh, shit, there's a couple more. Mario Carter says, I'm going to let you finish, but Cozy is the gayest platform of all time. True. Crusader, I hope Kanye's first meeting with Fuentes went like this. Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay? You are gay. You're a cat boy lover, yes? And John 1, I recently heard you mention something about fans being mad at you for some photos you posted or something. Could you please explain what happened? Sure. I posted a picture of my ass on my locals live stream while everybody else is posting their ass. It was in good fun. It was in good spirits. And people are like, oh, well, you're an OnlyFans cuck now. And I'm like, well, okay. So now I'm going to open an OnlyFans and I'm going to just jerk off all the time. So if you want to watch that, go ahead. Crusader says, unless Rumble is offering to pay you multiple 7 figures in a non-taxable way up front right now, I understand you telling them to take a hike. Well, we'll see. I think that's the show. I think that's the show for the night. Oh, wait, shit. There is one. No, I don't want that. Fuck. Where'd we go? Is this the right one? No, this is the right one. Fuck. Night Nation Review says, just to let you know, Mr. Arcada, Rumble, which owns Locals too, they will censor your channel for talking about certain topics. I know because it happened to me when I started streaming to Rumble. I got a little too honest about what actually happened with World War II history. I got to check into it. Devoured Eagle, you can't hit the plusy anymore if you haven't verified your account, which was supposed to be already verified. Cry. Besides, everywhere is a meritocracy rackets. Rumble is the worst. It has like half the functionality Odyssey has. Unfortunately, it has triple the viewers. Actually, it's like 50 times the viewers of Odyssey. That's a big problem for Odyssey. I love Odyssey's chat. It's a really good fucking chat, frankly. And Odyssey has always been nice to me. But, you know. All right, guys. That's it. That's the show for tonight. I'm going to probably do something on... Oh, shit. I'm going to probably do something on locals in a little bit. I hope you have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law